this? Why is this is not even Julie TV? What's the deal? Hold on, let me. Why is my camera? Oh. 1 2 1 2. Can you hear me? Julie TV. What's the deal? Yeah, I was sitting there bugging like, why is my camera showing the same thing from yesterday? It's technology. I need the one in to cover this up for me. So, what's the deal though, Julie TV? What's what's the word? You know what's bugged out, Julie TV? I was wondering, Felix Almanzar. I was wondering if uh, if Encyclopedia Brown was gonna come on because being that I'm watching a lot of this now, right? The WD5, what's the names? These videos, a lot more videos is starting to come up. Why does my camera keep freezing? The first part of which video? But now I saw one of these videos with uh, what's the brother's name? Garfield. You know Garfield that oh yeah, nah, yeah, this is a different video. Yeah, this is part two. So we watch the first 45 minutes and then, we'll watch how much of it the rest of it is interesting. But these two dudes, right, Bilal Muhammad and John Andrew Morrow, they came on uh, Garfield's channel. You know what I'm talking about? If they still be the Dagger Squad, I don't know. They still probably the Dagger Squad on Sarnetta's channel. Nah, not Godfrey. Garfield. He do a lot of debates. He do a lot of debates against the Hebrews. S. Reeves. Fairly sure I know what's going on. Well, I probably just gotta reset it, but we'll do that in a minute. You know what I'm saying? But now he used to debate in the Sinaitic ciphers and everything. So when I saw that he had them on his channel, and I was like, okay, I think he's gonna make them source up. That's what they over there. Like if you make a statement, right? That's like they saying asking you to show and prove. You know what I mean? So like they went on there and made the same statement. Now it's not really nothing different to check out. It's really just that uh, I expected him to ask a little bit more questions. You know what I'm saying? I expected him to. I got sincere. I expected him. Like for instance, they went on there and made the claim again, right? That uh, uh, they know, definitively that the book that you see Fard pointing to in the picture with the Detroit police is uh, Deliverance by Judge Rutherford, right? Not saying it is or it isn't, But I'm just saying, how you know that? Like, what was the smoking gun, right? That made that a definitive. So it ended up being what it was. But yeah, I guess we wait for a couple more people because we don't want to have to start over. But that was another thing I saw, and then also uh, that was one thing I saw, and then also Medina was the deal. The one that I was talking about yesterday, where it looks like Bilal Muhammad and Wesley Muhammad. The bar was the deal. It looked like Wesley Muhammad and this Bilal Muhammad right here have been having a little back and forth, concerning the true history, I guess you could say, of Farad. You know what I'm saying? So I would like to see that. If I run across that, right, where uh, these two guys right here have a direct kind of head to head discussion of the facts. You know, I tell you this much though. In the other one, like I said, in this one, Bilal Muhammad, he seems respectful to me. In the other one, right, he comes on there dressed like Fard. He's doing the pose and everything, like the pose where Fard got the Quran, or whatever it is. Right now these individuals is disputing what the book says. They're saying that he's there with the Quran, he got the suit on, the red bow tie, where it's like, see, now you playing games. You said Morrow said he found the paperwork when Fard was arrested, and it said the book was deliverance. So that's what I'm saying. I didn't. Maybe I missed that. I didn't. Maybe I missed that. Uh, uh, that it was written in the. That's what I was wondering. Like, yeah, when they tell you, when they tell you, when they vouch your property or whatever. But I didn't hear him say that. The dude in the white T-shirt here, blogging theology. This is his channel. You know what I'm saying? So he's somebody that's interviewing these two people about their new book. So does it make a difference to us who Fard is? Allah came to the revelation of who he was while studying the curriculum of Elijah. We have no obligation to the folklore of the NOI. We are product of Allah. See, that's where you see where the guys are separated from the religious people. You know what I'm saying? Peace God, they have an interesting tale. However, I don't think they have a profound regard for Fard. Yeah, it is. It does seem like these guys don't have 100% respect. You know what I'm saying? But it separates the religious people from the guys because see, I've already experienced the science and mathematics for myself. See, regardless if let's say they was to find out, right? Shalal was still, if they was to find out and say, okay, he was 100% a fraud, right? See, if somebody tries to sell you the Brooklyn Bridge, that's a scam. But the Brooklyn Bridge itself is real. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. That's what I was talking about yesterday. When people start talking about this nation, right, they want to go straight to the lessons. right? And then they go straight from the lessons to Elijah and Fard. And they don't deal with the science of the law, man, and just the science of, see, it's about the mindset. You see what I'm saying? See, once you got this mindset, it doesn't matter what it is that you read. See, if you read it and you think you a slave and you identify with all the slavery parts in there, then you ain't never gonna get the truth. You could get the same 120. But you don't have the right mindset when you read it. See, when it says God of the universe, you're not going to think that's you. But when it says his own self is a righteous Muslim, guess what? That's the difference with these people. That's the difference with these people. You know what I'm saying? And it's the difference. Look, some people, one time they had this mindset. One time they had this mindset, and then they strayed away. You know what I'm saying? You know, we could read the Bible, we could read the Quran, we could read the Bhagavad Gita, we could read Hindu scripture, right? It wouldn't make a difference. But for some people, like you said, you know, they gotta rely, you know, whatever it is. See, these people have achieved another mythical kind of status to them. You see, everything is real except for these individuals right here, right? That you then deify because you need that. Because your Christian mind that you had when you first saw the lessons, you never really lost that. So when you read the lessons and you start seeing, you know what I'm saying, who, you know, different people that they speak about, that's great. In the lessons that did their thing. And rightfully so. But see, you deify these people, you turn them into mystery gods. You see what I'm saying? That's what these people be doing. He said, who is Bilal Muhammad? Actually, I haven't researched who these people are and what their history is. You know what I'm saying? Exactly, you know, how they got to here. You know, so far we're just looking at their work. You know what I'm saying? You know. See, look, you know, brother a minute ago said Floyd is in our family tree. Now look, will you see yourself in a tree? Oh, this Bilal Muhammad is Elijah's grandson. This you talking about this brother right here on the screen is Elijah's grandson? Or a different Bilal Muhammad? When you say he's on a tree, now look, this is look, we about to go. Let me apologize to some of y'all. You know, if y'all ain't got all the lessons, y'all might not understand what I'm getting ready to say. But Mr. Green One, where are you on the tree, and where's he on the tree? I think he meant to put a question mark there, probably. What did you think of Ali Muhammad's paperwork and breakdown of Fuad and his brother? I still didn't get a chance. I did a live stream last night. I was on a live stream last night, so I still didn't get a chance to do the announcement. But yeah, I'm waiting for Mr. Green one. He said that Fard is in our family tree, right? I just want to know where you put him at. So you get 1017 say he has shit manifesting census records. Yeah, that's something I definitely want to check it. He said just like our flag, the 7 is superimposed over the. He said I could build on it in terms of the tree. Is it the universal one or the worship one? Good question. Listen, tell me about both. Break it down for him. He said, I'm saying a tree as far as tree of knowledge, far brother lessons we both as nations manifested for ourselves in the form of supreme wisdom in 120 lessons. All right, hold, let's hear what the bar got to say. And then, look, y'all probably gonna want to kick me out the temple. Y'all probably gonna want to kick me out the mosque, right, for what I'm about to say. But I never was in there anyway. So so do what you got to do. But let's wait. Let's wait for Dubois to speak his piece, and then yeah. So we're gonna take this back to day one. Uh, Robbie, you you uh you going to Bernice service on Sunday? I'm definitely going. I don't know if we'll make it to the rally. I gotta see. Depends on what goes on over there. He said the Nation of Islam is the tree that had the fruits that was still growing. The universal tree is the universal family on our flag. Black man black woman and black child that is mature with the life of Allah. Now we're gonna take this back. Right? Look, it's one of the reasons we not in there. See, WF Muhammad is the half original man. I'm the original man. The half original man can't be ahead of me in the tree. Did you catch what I just said? The half original man can't teach me how to be the original man. Medina, shout out to you. Thanks for that. What you call that? Super chat. See, I don't even get. I don't even get enough. I don't even get enough to know what that is. You know what I mean? But shout out for that. But yeah, see, that's why, so I already know. I'm uninvited. I'm uninvited to Sadie's Day. I understand. But shout out to him though, for what he did. But let's not. Sometimes, see, he brought us our knowledge. He brought. Yeah. See, look, see all this stuff we looking at, all the stuff that we looking at right now. Remember I tell you, as time goes on, you mature, just like you gain knowledge and wisdom, you mature in your understanding. So see all the stuff that we saying right now, to me, when I was, a young guy getting the knowledge, to me, that's why he disappeared. Because he only had the job of bringing us the knowledge. And like I said, shout out, we not belittling it. I'm just saying that was his role to play. You see, that mindset had to be developed right here by one of us. You know what I'm saying? And it had to be manifested by us. That's why I like Elijah. You see what I'm saying? Because see, when it's no, see, because of Elijah, it ain't no space and distance when we read those lessons. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, like, when you read the Bible, right, in order for you to understand it, you also got to speak the Hebrew and the Greek and all this shit that it was translated from. See, it's something that they be like, they might talk about an object, and that object hasn't been, a product. Nobody's made one of those objects in a couple of 100 years. So you have to be told, like, oh, see, back in those times, this is how they, used to do things, because, in the ancient time, they didn't have the technology. So you don't got to do that. Because Elijah is from right here. I mean, yeah, now we're talking about a little bit of time, you know what I mean? What, 130 years, 131 years? But it's still history that we know right here. You don't got to stretch your mind to know what he means when he say, why is the devil teach and keep our people illiterate? The time has come when you have to choose your nation, the red and white pill or the black and gold. The final call Muslims, aka Nation of Scientology, really talk about during Sadie's Day anymore. They spend more time in the sky talking about Lewis's vision, like a vision is reality. Just like our flag, the seven is superimposed over the star in crescent because the Lord came to us out of that. The NOI, our history tells of the young wanting the lessons. The Lord then gave us his his understanding. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But this stuff that like I said, it's interesting, but at the end of the day, that's why it don't make a difference to me. You see what I mean? Because see, even the lessons, right? I understand it for what it is. That these is examples of righteous people and unrighteous people, right? In various situations and the principles that they applied in those situations and how they came out. You see what I'm saying? Like the ninth degree tell you that Muhammad put apply one set of principles, the born degree and the 1 to 14, right? And his dealings with the devil. But then the 10th degree, right? And we know, it tells you on how that comes out, right? And then in the 10th degree, it tells you about another set of principles that he applies to his dealings with the devil. And you see how that come out. And then we draw the lesson up out of that. See, we get some kind of idea of it, but see, we could do the same thing with the boy who cried wolf. See, he applied a set of unrighteous principles, and then he came out how he came out. So that's why I don't have to, none of this means nothing to me. In terms of, see, that's why I told people, right, that if you think you can't handle, like if you think they're going to say something, and it's going to shake your foundation to the core, right? If you think that these two people right here can say something, right? And then tomorrow have you questioning this science, really, you might as well go ahead back to the monster. Now, I mean, why pretend? Actually, now I think about it, yeah, you might look at this, look at this, so we all can see what happens, and know who you are. I think about it, maybe I'll play something like this every day, and smoke certain people out. Smoke certain people out, man. Certain people, man, that see you're not dealing with the elevation. You see, it's one thing, you know what I'm saying, when you brand new, if you ain't understanding, you know what I'm saying, and you're passing those stages in life. They see when the lessons say be a father, right? Father is civilization, right? But it's his father, right? You don't have the fully understanding of that until you have children. And knowledge power, you ain't got no kids, you're not understanding that to the fullest extent. All right, now if I have any moderators in the room, right? Omar Carter is on zero tolerance. If he says one thing stupid, get him out of here. You know what I mean? Shout out to him. But see, I'm starting to think that I'm entertaining too much fucking clowns. See, when people see, When people see how disciplined you is in your own self, they don't fuck with you. When people seen how disciplined we was with the principles that we had, we're like, now every time we see you, you got to be on point. See, other people knew you better deal with that. You better be on point. Like if you're going over there to mess with them, just make sure you know that you got to be on point around them. Shit, we play with ourselves. People start thinking we can play with them, and you start seeing all the shit that we seeing now. So kick his ass out as soon as he start playing. Let them tell it. Lewis was the Mahdi, like, and Messiah now, even though he stop it, man. I mean, I have noticed that is a change that I noticed is that they started referring to him as Elijah Muhammad's Christ. I wasn't sure where that came from. I just, you know, look, I mean, yes, I have, studied the NOI, you know what I mean? The history and the science of it, you know what I mean? The history is known, right? It's that, Allah's exposure to Elijah's teachings, you know what I'm saying, had a lot to do with the realization he came to of himself. But I don't, I don't know, I can't say that, but I never heard them saying that before. Like I heard them refer to Elijah Muhammad as W.F. Muhammad's Christ. So yeah, there definitely has been some changes over there. He said it's another video on YouTube about Fard titled "Was the Founder of the Nation of Islam a White Guy from Oregon?" on a channel called Might Need Tour's Cabinet of Curiosities. You know something? I saw that one. He's basically he's see at one time those was three different people. At least the way the way I understood what people were saying, right? Is that whoever was the guy they were saying was from New Zealand, the guy who was in San Quentin, and the guy they talking about here, Fred the Turk, that was in Oregon, they used to speak about them like they was three different people. You know what I'm saying? Now, in this book, in this history that these people right here compiled and, you know what I'm saying, put together, they're saying that the New Zealand person never existed. And that Fred the Turk is the guy that went to San Quentin. You know what I'm saying? And that tour's cabinet of he just kind of tells all of the facts that's kind of known without doing what these dudes do, which is kind of coming up with a story to weave together the facts that they give weight to as truth. You know what I'm saying? There's been lots of far videos. Yeah, that's one of the things we were saying is that it's this it's I guess it's some kind of cycle. You know what I mean? Like if you Google Fard, you would see that, maybe every 4 or 5 years there's a whole bunch of, like these guys right here, I think this is their second book on Fard. You know what I'm saying? So, but at any rate, you know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead. We're going to start this back off. This is part 2 for the people who, you might not have You might not have seen the first one. You know what I mean? Like I said, this is on blogging theo- blogging theology, right? The channel of the guy here in the upper left with the white T-shirt on, and uh, Mr. Bilal Muhammad and Dr. John Andrew Morrow have written a book on FARD, and they're presenting their information here. We're checking it out. So right now we on the part where uh, they've already spoken about the various individuals, you know what I'm saying, or the story of who they think Fard is in America, and now this part right here, they trying to like kind of track down. Well, who is he? You know what I mean? Is he a Arab? Is he an Indian? Is he from Afghanistan, Pakistan, etc., etc.? So we're gonna check it out. Let's see what they got to say. Are they gonna?
All this time. Everyone has been asking about for 100 years. Who is this guy? Dr. Morrow, I am not at all surprised. Looking at his photograph, waited all this time. Everyone has been asking about for 100 years. Who is this guy? Dr. Morrow, I am not at all surprised. Looking at his photographs, yes. He looks as if he's from that part that certainly occurred. Not that he was an Urdu speaker, to be fair. Right.
What was that?
With YouTube Music Premium, listen to ad-free songs from anywhere. Try 1 month free.
Who knows what's going on here? Technical difficulties galore.
Knows for sure. So what do we know about the historical Master Farad Muhammad?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Blogging Theology. And today, I'm delighted to welcome Dr. John Andrew Morrow and Bilal Mohammed. You're most welcome, gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
It's great to see you both.
Was arrested. He smiled with the enigmatic smile of an Oriental fakir. So that's one study. We also conducted forensic linguistic analysis of his writings. He used to write letters to newspapers when he was in Salem, Oregon. He used to write to newspapers when he was in Detroit. And then we also have his Supreme Wisdom Lessons. And so Brother Bilal took all of this and processed it through ChatGPT. ChatGPT is like 98% accurate when it comes to determining a person's mother tongue. So you can use their English, right, or their French, for example, and people who speak English as a second language will make certain mistakes based on their mother tongue.
Wow.
And based on that, with 98% accuracy, his maternal language was Urdu, right?
Wow.
Paul had been asking about his ethnicity.
I've been very patient. I've waited all this time.
Everyone has been asking about for 100 years, who is this guy?
And you know, Dr. Morrow, I am not at all surprised. Looking at his photographs,
yes.
You know, he looked to be from that part that certainly occurred. Not that he was an Urdu speaker, to be fair,
Right.
but I thought India, Pakistan, whatever, that kind of region.
Sure.
Really not surprising. It was part of the whole thing. Maybe you can explain later. But he's not actually a black man himself. I never quite understood why a man who was not a black man was doing what he was doing as a foundation of Islam in the first place. So that seems to be a little bit odd. But maybe I'm missing some obvious point here.
Yes, you know, when Master Farad spoke about black people and what it was very manic. It was very, when he was.
So he would speak about Asiatic people as a whole, right? Yeah. So maybe you could elaborate on that too.
Sure. Yeah, he didn't say, you know, you're black Africans. He said you're the original black Asiatic man, things of that nature. So for him, there were two races: white people and black people. And if you weren't white, you could only be black. He also said there are only two eye colors. There are blue eyes or green eyes or light eyes, and there are dark eyes. And so he divided the world into people of color and European people or white people.
He might have identified then, given this Manichaean binary worldview, if he wasn't white, which he wasn't, therefore he was black. So therefore,
exactly. And according to the immigration laws at the time, you know, there was a period in which non-whites were not allowed to obtain citizenship, and some of his friends or relatives fell victim to that. And
let's try to deal with some of this here. Get this. Let's see if we can. Let's see if that's better.
maybe that's why he didn't pursue his own citizenship. There's no evidence that he ever actually got his citizenship, and maybe because he felt that, well, he would be rejected because, he is not a member of the so-called white race. However, I mean, paradoxically, Master Farad was only involved with phenotypically white women. And this is one of the studies, you know.
And that was a gunshot right there, son. Listen. Now that right there was a gunshot. That right there. Look, that's what it was right there. Listen. If you was in the crowd, right, so the crowd go, ooh. See, that's the word right there. People don't never forget that. You gotta carry that. You gotta carry that, son. At least all the way through high school.
W.D. Farad and white women, black supremacists, apparently prefer blondes. At least this one did. The black man is God. Black people are, gods of the universe, and white people are devils. But he never hooked up or married or lived with a woman of color. Bilal was partially indigenous, but she was phenotypically white, and she identified as white in all of her paperwork. Maybe he didn't even know that she was native. We have no idea. There's no hard evidence that he even knew that. But maybe, I know indigenous people, they refer to white people as wasichus, which is, indigenous for devil. So maybe he learned it from her. We don't know. We can't say for sure. So she had light-colored hair. She had a fair complexion. He was accused of sexually assaulting Laura Swanson, who was like a blue-eyed blonde, a bombshell, a Marilyn Monroe type bombshell. There was Hazel Bar.
Stop it, Fod. Wait a minute. Was she a bombshell because she was blonde hair and blue eyed? Marilyn Monroe type. What is that?
Barton, who was a platinum blonde. All right? And so this man was leading a double life. Absolutely. So we know what he was doing as a so-called black man, as the leader of this movement, but we do not know what he was doing half of the time. His white life, right, outside of these early relationships, we're talking about the period between 1930 and 1934. We know he was traveling to Wisconsin and to Missouri, throughout the United States, all the way to California and the Pacific West Coast. He was using a different alias, a different name. He was living a white life as well. So if we can only uncover, right, we've uncovered all kinds of things, but there's so much more that we can learn about this fascinating person. So yeah, going back to his ethnicity, some people thought he was Syrian, Lebanese, Albanian, Jamaican, Bosnian, Indo-Pakistani. Some people thought that he was just a white American, right? And some of his early followers, Elijah Muhammad's wife, said he looked like a poor white man, right? So yes, this has puzzled us. But from a linguistic point of view, it's clear that he was a native Urdu speaker. So he came from India or Pakistan or the diaspora, but that was his mother tongue. But it's not just that. It's all of the other layers of influence that come from that part of the world, the names that he was giving his followers, some of the ideas in his theology. So, yeah.
The Pashtun in northern Pakistan, people who can appear to be quite Caucasian or have quite sort of reddish hair. They can pass as white people. Maybe they have Aryan, if that's the right word, Aryan ancestry. And they speak Urdu, presumably, if they're in Pakistan. Presumably. So maybe that kind of makes sense in some way. You can appear white and speak Urdu and be from that part of the world and it not be an anomaly. It is a known phenomenon.
He mentioned that his father was a black man and that his mother was a white devil, but it doesn't necessarily mean she was from the Caucasus or she was from Europe. As you mentioned, there are ethnic groups there in the region, in India and Pakistan, who have blonde hair and blue eyes and so on. Maybe his mother belonged to one of these groups. Maybe she came from Kashmir. Maybe she was a British woman. Maybe she was.
Hold on. See, two things. First of all, whenever I hear this kind of stuff, right? Like, they've been talking a real long time to say, I don't know. They just say you would know. Like, why you got us here? Why you got us here all this time to say you don't know? Like, you going through all this. But I understand. They're presenting, the research that they found, right? But look, I also wanted to stop because we got the original Mr. 120 in here. So I just wanted to know, right? Who are these groups they talking about, Mr. 120, right? Who are these groups of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in India that they talking about? Because that's what it sounded like they just said. They saw all types of, it's a variety of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, right? It's a variety of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in the, can we call all of that the subcontinent? I guess there. I just, just a little trivia, just a little something. I just, just because I was unaware of these people. Hey, man. But I just want to check on that. You still out there, Mr. 120? This is what I'm saying. Look. I just, could you just put who are these people? But look, let's maybe somebody get back to us. Mr. 120, did you just hear the question? This individual was just saying, he was trying to determine who Baby G might have been. And so, in all of this speculation that they was doing, they was saying that they was placing far in the Pakistan, Afghanistan, India region, and they was saying that it's a multitude of groups, right? That it's a multitude of groups with blonde hair and blue eyes that could be Baby G's family. So I was just wondering if you was aware of any of these blonde-haired, blue-eyed people in that region. Because, they don't provide, some of them, some of the stuff is things that, we could go and independently corroborate. And then some of the things, they just saying that. Good TV. Now look. And this right here, that's what I'm saying. They don't provide much evidence, right? But in other videos, they provide some information. Like in one of them, they got you said G is an honorific add-on to North Indian names. I heard that may be where Baby G came from. Yeah, but I'm saying, is there white people? We would know about the Europeans, right? But check it out. In some of the other ones, they have some information. Like they got like the guy who's in San Quentin. They have his, the paperwork that he had, in terms of his, statistics and all of that on there. They also got a draft card. Now, in the draft card, right, one of them says that his mother's name is Baby G, but it's spelled, I think, Babbji or something like that. It's but like if you look at it and you got our knowledge, now look, right? We know that Al means the, right? But what does Fonzo mean? You never wondered that? Like if his father is from Mecca, right? What kind of name is Alfonso? Now, on one of these paperworks that they got on him, right? It says that his father is from Spain. No, and they said Baby G was Italian. So you saying that there's white people, now these white people that's in India, when did they get there? But let's we're gonna roll the tape, man. See if they got any more interesting tidbits here.
Anglo-Indian. We don't know, but research needs to be conducted in India, and now we have an idea of where he came from, thanks to Beatty and Morris. So more research has to be done on the ground there, especially in the archives that the British Embassy has in India. So for sure.
Something to note on this, of course, Nation of Islam lore would suggest that he's from Mecca. The Bainon article on him from 1938 suggested that he was a Syrian peddler because Syrians were known to go door to door, and he was going door to door to sell suits and such. His earlier documentation from his life as Wallace Ford and Fred Dodd has him saying that he's Spanish, he's New Zealander, he's white, he's this, he's that. Later on, people would suggest that he was from British India. And of course, we do have some membership cards where there is some writing allegedly attributed to him. And that writing, he'd be writing names, like English names, but he'd be writing with Arabic script. Now, of course, Urdu uses Arabic script. So that's another data point. And then Dr. Morrow just mentioned as well that a lot of the names that he was using seem to be names that originate from what is now Pakistan and Afghanistan. So he called black people the tribe of Shabazz, right? Not a typical Arabic word. It's more a Persian or South Asian word. He came using the name Weli Khan. That was the name that he had on the manifest when he arrived in America in 1907 on the SS Coptic. So you can see these, Urdu influences and South Asian influences throughout in multiple data points.
Bilal, could you talk a little bit about the myth of Yaqub?
All right. Now it's time to, if you can't handle this, now you see, we already know where they're about to go, right? So, Mr. 120, you said that these various white people got there, right, in waves at different periods. So you're saying, would the first wave be Alexander? I'm asking. So S. Reeves put here the tribe of Sebis. What is that? I've never seen this word before. Yeah, I see. Good. I hear you say calm is wrong, but I don't know if that constitute enough for what these dudes are saying right here. That's still a stretch. He says Shabazz was a mispronunciation by Elijah. Okay, so who is this tribe of Sebis? Where are they? See, the Aryans is a little too mythological for me. They're a little too mythological, man. And it's just something about them where it's like wherever there's a gap in the history, they slide the Aryans in it. You know what I'm saying? It's just something about them, man. I gotta see. So you said interesting. Bilal says that he found that Bard first came to America in the USS. He didn't say Carpenter though. He said I can't recall the name, but he said with a C. Yeah, in 1907. But I want to hear about this tribe of Sebis. According to NOI law, Sebis was the tribe that came with this part of the planet. After the deportation of the moon. And I'm saying, is there history recorded anywhere else besides in the NOI. He meant to say Cetus, but he had a speech issue. Yeah, they mentioned Bernstein Sharif in here. And, I mean, and that's like a part of NOI science. You saying is that Elijah mispronounced this word, and then they just ran with it. They just ran with it for 90 years. Talking about, well, at that time, the other, what is it? It's Mulana Ali and the other guys out. What is it, Muhammad Ali? It's Mulana Ali and Muhammad Ali. The version that's more accepted is the Muhammad Ali version. That version was written in 1934, though. So, you know, they would have had a hard time using that from 1931 to 1934. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, they used the Mulana Ali one. Now I think it was Malcolm Shabazz. I think it was Malcolm X and El Haj Malik Al Shabazz. But so, you know, we're gonna get into some sensitive parts here. We're gonna get into some sensitive parts here. I guess, you know, they're gonna let us know about he said there's a documentary about Malcolm X's murder. In the documentary, they introduce him as Malcolm Shabazz. I mean, that's not the way I recall it, and that's not the way the Nation of Islam works. His name was Malcolm Little, and he came in. He's the first Malcolm in that temple, so he's Malcolm X. And then after he goes to Mecca, Elijah Muhammad gives him the name El Haj Malik Al Shabazz. You know, I'm not sure who made that documentary. You know, but that's the way I recall it. So Shah means head, and Beza means most or the finest. So we're gonna get into this here, man. You know, this part, see what they got to say about Fard's teaching on Yaqub.
You sure you want me to do it?
Yes.
So the myth of Yaqub it's something that's quite unique to the Nation of Islam, and scholars have been flabbergasted as to finding the origin of this myth. But essentially, Master Fard Muhammad taught that in the black man there were two germs, okay, or two elements, a white germ and a brown germ, and the belief was that all the original human beings.
Downside. Back in the days. Hey, look, you see how he talking, right? Back in the days, how it be. See, he think he rolling right on and shit. Just somebody. Now it's like the guy. Because he think he said it right. That's how I look. That's how you do it. That's how you do it smoothly back in the days. And that's how you got. Like, he just say, you gotta say it calm like that. So, don't even get hype. That's when you really throw somebody off too. When you do it like that. That's how. Oh man. Yeah. So, G1017 said Elijah gave Malcolm the name Malik Shabazz before he left. He was one of four Shabazz ministers, John Shabazz, Jeremiah Shabazz. But you got, I guess there's two people named John, I guess, two John Shabazzes, Jeremiah Shabazz, Malcolm Shabazz. So Jeremiah Shabazz is from Philadelphia. That Jeremiah? But let's get back. You know what I'm saying? Let's see if they correct that.
For black, but that through a process of eugenics and a process of grafting, you were able to get white people or these recessive qualities out of the original black quality. And a lot of this was the folk genetics that was there at that time, and the discoveries of hominids in Africa and all of that. So they believe that yes.
See now, look, I just look. Look, we dealing with this. I'm trying to keep as much of my bias out of it. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all know Elijah's my guy. You know what I'm saying? I think, you know what I'm saying? Like, see, if someone was here, say he said, "Oh, this is the folk genetics that was around at this time." I think it's right that somebody should say, well, what about the Human Genome Project determining that all white hair, all blonde hair, blue-eyed people descend from a common ancestor that existed 6,600 years ago? I think that's, look, not saying that's going to win the whole argument. But folk genetics or not, it's right inside, according to the high technology, the high technology stuff you got now. That's what I'm saying. I would like to see, maybe not even a debate, right? But just some pushback, right? Where you say, well, what do you say about this? You know what I'm saying? Like you giving an interview and I'm, asking you some tough questions too. You know, these is all just softball. You hit it out the park, ain't nobody going for the wall or nothing.
The original man was black, but that there was a scientist from Mecca at some point, a lowercase g god named Yaqub, spelled Yakub, and they believe that Yaqub took people to the Patmos Island, where John the Revelator is. You know, they say John the Revelator was this Yaqub, but they say that he took these people and he would mate the lighter skinned ones with the lighter skinned ones and then kill the darker ones. And the next generation would come and he would mate the lighter ones with the lighter ones. And so you're getting that brown germ gets more and more manifest. And at the end of it, you get, after a 600-year period of eugenics, you get this race of white people. And they saw the white people as recessive, as weaker, as opponents, basically, of the blacks. And so really they see white people as a new arrival on the planet from 6,000 years ago. Essentially Adam and Eve and all of these people were white.
Hey, whoa. See what I'm saying? You glossing over a whole lot of shit here. That I mean, you mean they saw like no, isn't these the things that the Human Genome Project has determined? Like, isn't this the reason why they say that race doesn't exist? Because that's such a recent development. You see, now you see what I'm saying, you know, I don't like that. I don't like that. You know what I'm saying? When you presenting yourself like, you know, you this technological, you know, you at a different time and you don't know this stuff. You not abreast. You're not abreast of the new science on this, man, the new scientific findings. Alice, you know, come on. You know. Like, whether you right or you wrong, now you get to the point of just how you present it, I'm saying. See, this is not, and see the dude here, see, he's blogging theology, right? So, you know, I mean, you can look at him and see he's probably not NOI. So, you know, the same way I'm not 100% neutral, right? He's not 100% neutral neither. And so that's why to him, he hears this and he eats it right up. You know? See, me, I'm already at 5% from the jump. So I'm already going to question everything. But then on top of that, I got to just the way you doing that. If I wasn't at 5%, it's like, all right, bro, the scales ain't balanced here.
That the Israelites were whites, basically, that they were creation of black people. Black people have no birth record. They're, you know, as old as time.
Wait. All right, now look, I'm gonna tell you something. You know what? Let's not even go into that. But I'm just saying, Jigga 1017. Is it me or is Malcolm not like? See, now that you told me who everybody is, Newark. Listen, is it me or is Malcolm not like the John? I don't know too much about him, right? But is Jeremiah and James not like Malcolm? I'm asking. You know, I'm asking. Do you think that you know, Malcolm you know, conducted activities in the temple, right? In the same way as Jeremiah and James. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Let me get my food after what's your name. You know, no. So I look. You just 17. I guess you ain't got no comment. You know, look. I think I know why. Look, let's leave it alone. Let's leave it alone. I understand. But I'm just saying, that's quite a list to wake up and find yourself on. You know what I'm saying? So let's get back here. Let's see what else they got to say about Yakub. But I'm just saying, let's make let's make, what is this here? Why Supreme said race is a social construct, but it's biologically is a social construct. It's not biologically determined. Without social context, you won't understand why people are described in a certain way and fall victim to the dominant narrative. So this is Young Wise right here, right? See, this is Board of Education. This is the Board of Education right here. If it's biologically determined, it's not a social construct. What is socially constructed is the value that's placed upon people based on race. But see, if somebody is black because their parents is black, right, and they're inheriting blackness, right, without variation, right? Even an albino still got a black germ and a brown germ in their body. It's just not expressing phenotypically. Right? You know, when we deal with something like, see, listen, we're black on a molecular level. See, we're men and women on a molecular level, all the way down to the atoms in our bodies is formed a certain way, right? See, look, everybody got the same anatomy, but everybody don't got the same biochemistry. Like that's a known thing. That's why, see, medicine is standardized on white men. And that's why everybody else has poorer outcomes. Because black people, we got a different biochemistry. And even for the white woman, a woman is not just a small man. She has an entire whole different biochemistry, right, that has been forming since they were cells. So in the same way, you know what I'm saying? You know, when you say that, there's a hierarchy where the white people is up here and the black people is down there, that's socially constructed. Right? But there's no way you're going to tell me, right, that somebody from Sweden, right, somebody from Sweden would see somebody from Ethiopia and not know, like, the way, because they're in a society that's not paying attention, that they wouldn't notice that. Like, bro, let me tell you something. If I was somewhere and I never saw no white people before, when I saw them, I jet. If I just saw somebody white, I can say, even look, there were certain people, they had to have a uniform on. Like, see, the man that bring the sodas, the man that bring the potato chips, the man that bring the newspapers, those white people that we know. Anybody else white in the neighborhood, that was, what are they doing? Everybody, we stopped playing video games, come outside. What's that white person doing around here? Now, granted, you could say that. Maybe that's because we was in this society. You know what I'm saying? But, and another thing I would add to that is that DNA is extremely powerful. Like when people say it's just a small percentage of DNA, right? That's the difference between black people and white people. Guess what? It's just a small percentage of DNA between people and monkeys, according to y'all. According to them, it's like 1.5% difference in whatever genetics, however they measure it, between people and monkeys. So it must be extremely powerful. If 1.5%, you would be a fucking monkey. They come with this shit. Yeah, it's only 0.3% of the DNA that determines. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a whole lot from what what y'all saying, from what y'all have determined since y'all started this human genome project. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's what that is. Wise, you gotta see in the. I'm gonna tell you how I know. Cause see, my kids is all around your age. You see what I'm saying? See, that's why as soon as you said it, I'm like, oh, okay, I know what this is. Yeah, my oldest daughter, she's hook, line, and sinker for that kind of stuff. She's you know what I'm saying? But let's like they was doing good. They was doing good, in my opinion. At least Bilal Muhammad, they was doing, like I said, a little bit too much chuckling. I understand, right? But they was doing good till they got to this part, and it's like, yo, bro, if you was doing research, you supposed to research all that. If you haven't, you know what I'm saying? You just, y'all white. Y'all white. So, this, y'all don't want this to be y'all origin. So just, it's a ridiculous concept off of the jump to y'all. And I can understand all that, but I'm just saying that, if you're going to show and prove that it's not right and exact, at least use the science.
Itself, and that white people, that their history of white people had this 6,000 year history that's noted in the Bible. So so he gave a scientific kind of mythology for the origin of whites, and in the book we came across a very certain doctor who may have rubbed elbows.
Woo! Now listen, prepare yourself for this right here. Listen, without further ado,
with Master Fraud Muhammad in San Quentin. And I guess Dr. Morrow, if you'd like, you can speak about
San Quentin, the prison in San Francisco, of all places.
Yes, so Bilal Muhammad is a chapter on San Quentin, the theology of doing time, where he explores the penal, even penile trauma that Master Farad may have suffered there. But where does this myth of Yaqub come from? Perhaps it is inspired by a real devilish white man, Dr. Leo Stanley, who was the surgeon at San Quentin prison for almost half a century.
Wow.
He was a eugenicist, a segregationist, and a white supremacist, who of course failed to father a single child. And I need to use some euphemisms here. Let's just say he fixed thousands and thousands of colored prisoners. He removed their family jewels, and he used to transplant them into,
the bags of white prisoners.
Yeah.
To what? Sorry, I missed that below.
Well, he would again. He would take the jewels, as Dr. Morrow was saying, and put them into the
from black people.
bags of
Yeah.
white prisoners in order to boost their.
No, not white prisoners, his customers and his clients.
Right.
He had a business worldwide where he would. So this was an early form of Viagra. It would give an old impotent gentleman a huge boost of testosterone. And he would transplant not only the jewels of colored men, but also from like bull.
Wait a minute, hold on, y'all. I can't hear all of a sudden. Wait a minute. Let me get back. Did I miss the what's today? Did he get to the point yet? Look, because if he got to the point, okay, look, that's good. See, it sounds like y'all heard. It sounds like y'all heard. Look, I'm not even gonna rewind it. I'm glad I missed that. Hearing it one time was enough for me. Hearing that one time was enough for me. Now I'm just saying, it's look. Is it me, right? Is it me, or right? Hey, look, you just explained a white man that's the devil. You just went down the list. Like, yo, he was this, he was that, he was this, he was that. You went down the list and explained exactly how this white man is the devil. And then we talking like this is ridiculous.
And all kinds of animals. Now, it is possible. We do not have, we don't have any hard evidence. But since he did this to tens of thousands of people, and he was doing this while Master Farad was there, it is possible that he fell victim to his scalpel. And I think if any of us, right, underwent such an ordeal, we might snap and come up with this myth of Yaqub and the white man is the devil and we must destroy this society and that I have a mothership and I'm going to burn every white man in this nation. And you can see how that could cause a psychotic break, right? Possibly. So we need to do some digging because this doctor kept notes about these operations and his victims. So it is possible that we might come across some of his surgical notes in which he says that today I operated on a strange, a strange person named Wally Dodd Ford. Maybe. Because we know that after that, Master Farad never got involved with women ever again.
Shots fired. Shots fired. That's shots fired.
Wow.
It's spine chilling.
The whole thing is spine chilling.
It is, absolutely it is.
I'm still trying to get over Imperial Japan, but yeah, it's just extraordinary.
Yes. Now, recently, thank God, early Nation of Islam documents have well, it's not that recently, it's decades ago, but early Nation of Islam documents have resurfaced, including letters that Master Farad wrote and so on. And so we find in the correspondence between his secretary, the reformer Bernstein Sharif Muhammad, she was corresponding with Master Farad in the 1930s, 1930, 31, 32, 33, 34. And in those letters, she describes him as the great I am, namely the being of beings. She refers to him as the supreme savior of the world.
Wow.
So if W.D. Farad is I am that I am, Ehye Asher Ehye, the name of Yahweh in the Old Testament, and the title that Jesus used to describe himself, then he was God, the creator in her eyes, mind, heart, and soul. Never did he say astaghfirullah, right? Never did he push back on it.
Wow.
And there are, according to Emmanuel Muhammad, who was the eldest son of Elijah Muhammad, W.D. Farad went to a church one day and he told the congregation, I am your Jesus, I am here. And he got, the bouncer punched him in the face and he lost a tooth. So we have...
Yeah. Yo. You see the difference now? See the difference now? Yeah, you just go outside, right? Say you got yeah, we talking, yeah, you say all that kind of stuff now. You do all that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, in the internet age, you know, a lot of people don't realize that you know, it wasn't always easy.
Numerous accounts from people who knew him, who studied under him, who assert that he did indeed claim that he was God Almighty. So, yeah.
This is apart from being spiritually unspeakable. This is delusional. I mean, this ticks all the boxes. So, in terms of psychiatry, in terms of spiritual, egregious witness. It just on every industry, it's awful.
Well, so my brother is actually a family doctor, and when he read my book, he said, "Classic case of bipolar 1." So he suggested to me, I didn't mention this to Dr. Morrow, so Dr. Morrow is going to hear this for the first time, but my brother was saying, why don't you write a chapter on W.D. Farad and Kanye West and just compare the symptoms between them? Because basically,
it's a lot of shots being fired here towards the end. I'll be like, I heard all of this, but listen to it again, it's like, whoa. Hey, look, once the Kanye West comparison come out, man, we might have to fight, man.
Basically, Kanye West goes through episodes, and in these episodes, you know, he calls himself Jesus, right? And he compares himself to Jesus and to Hitler and to who knows what. And you know, he goes through these episodes where he's bombastic. He calls himself Shakespeare, and I'm a god, and I'm this. Master Farad Muhammad, I mean, it seems like he was, you know, in certain periods, he was very hyperactive. The doctor in the prison did say when he was arrested in 32 that he did have these delusions of grandeur or delusions that he was a divinity. So this could be just a study, and bipolar 1 didn't exist as a diagnosis in the 1930s. So this could be a case of, you know, mental illness. And with that kind of charisma and that kind of, again, resourcefulness, especially speaking to undereducated people, especially in the racial conditions and economic conditions of the 1930s, one can see potentially how all this came about.
Extraordinary.
Now, if the question, where did W.D. Farad come from, has now been answered, he was an Urdu speaker who traced his ancestors.
Whoa. Did he say the question's now been answered? Ooh. So let me tell you what it is. See, I'm from New York. So you when did we establish that? Like I said, look, in the first half, you spoke about things that we can say you had some little bit of type of evidence, right? In the second half, you've been talking the whole time to say you don't know. Try to slip that one past me.
Ancestry to what became Pakistan. The answer to the question, where did he go after 1934, remains tenuous and tentative. Some people thought that he died a natural death because it appears he was diabetic and they didn't have a very long lifespan. Did he die? Is he buried somewhere as a John Doe? I've searched, believe me, I have searched through probably tens of thousands of photographs of John Does, from 1934 up to the end of a natural lifespan for a natural lifespan, and I couldn't find anything. So, did he just drop dead? No. Some people suggested he had been killed by police. Detroit police just offed him. He was a troublemaker. He was an agitator. He was instigating riots and so on. Blame the police. There's no evidence to support that. Some people allege that Elijah Muhammad or members of the Nation of Islam actually sacrificed him. Right? He was teaching them. You have to sacrifice devils, and maybe they found out that he was a fraud and a devil, and they sacrificed him. Maybe we don't know.
He went back. He went home. I mean, why can you go back to what we now call Pakistan? That was this pre-partition, etc. days, but it makes an awful lot of sense. And he would disappeared. Maybe he just simply was beyond Western kind of surveillance. We wouldn't have perhaps known so much about it.
Sure. It's possible he returned to Hong Kong or to Japan because he had very close ties to Japanese operatives. Maybe he was working for them. Maybe he was reassigned. Maybe he returned to British India. Possibly the Nation of Islam. Some people said he returned to Mecca. Others said that he boarded the mothership. So where did he go after 1934? So if the answer to the first question is certain and beyond any reasonable doubt, the answer to the second one is suggestive but not definitive. We don't have a body. The evidence, direct documentary and circumstantial evidence. It seems, based on what we know, that he went to Mexico in 1934. There are no other tracks. Oh, I need to mention that Hazel Barton mentioned that he returned to New Zealand. She claimed that he claimed to be a Kiwi, right, and that he returned to New Zealand. But the FBI went to New Zealand and they did all of the research. And the official position of the government of New Zealand is that Master Farad was not a Kiwi, and there's no trace of him there. So it's more myth making, right? Trying to cover up the tracks and so on. Mm-hmm. So now I'm not going to get into all the evidence, but all clues currently lead to Cuernavaca, Mexico. Mm-hmm. Nathaniel Muhammad, the son of Elijah Muhammad, appears to have told the truth when he revealed that W.D. Farad had relocated to Mexico. According to Les Payne, who interviewed Nathaniel said that his family kept in touch with the departed Muslim leader for years, stating that he was once known to be residing in Mexico. So we have this from Elijah Muhammad's son, and he says, yeah, our family kept in touch with him during, for years. Did he live out the rest of his life in Mexico? Did he pass away there? Did he go elsewhere? We don't know.
Well, why did he go to Mexico of all places? You mentioned Japan, we mentioned British India. I mean, Mexico seems, again, another random
At one point, he was married to a woman named Carmen Trevino, who was Mexican.
Okay.
So it's possible he learned Spanish.
Hold on. Did he just contradict himself right there? Let's listen. Maybe I go that far back. Let's see.
Mexico seems, again, another random.
At one point, he was married to a woman named Carmen Trevino, who was Mexican.
Okay.
Whoa. See, because I got this just playing through the phone. It's not playing very loud. But I heard you say that he never dealt with another woman again after he left San Quentin. But just now you said he was married to a woman in Mexico where he went after he was in San Quentin. Or is it that is the sound so distorted here that I heard wrong? Did anybody else hear that? They say that's why Elijah has a crib in Mexico. That's where he was flown back from the hospital in Chicago before he returned in 1975. You know what I was about to say? That's where he was flown back from the mothership. Yeah. I don't know what made me think that that's what you was about to say. But now, did anybody else catch that? You said implied he married the woman after. No, it sounded like he just said he was married to a woman and then gave her name. But when he was telling the story about when Fard was in San Quentin and he might have ran into the doctor that this guy claims is the inspiration for Yakub, he said that he never dealt with another woman after that. Two things can be true, but not those two things.
So it's possible he learned Spanish. It's possible. There was an article about him in a Spanish newspaper in Los Angeles. There have always been Latinos in the Nation of Islam. One of Master Farad's early followers, his last name was Amansa, and his descendants are still, Black Muslims, even though they're Mexicans to this day, or half Mexican. So there have always been Latinos in the Nation of Islam. So there's always been that Latino connection.
Yeah.
Why Mexico? Any other thoughts, Bilal?
Well, as you know, Elijah Muhammad would settle in his last life on this earth in Mexico. So for whatever reason, unclear, Elijah Muhammad did go to Mexico. He did buy a home there. His wife, or rather his mistress, Taineta Muhammad, and her children.
Whoa. Hey, listen. Hey, listen, man. These cats got the automatics out, man. They firing shots. Shots upon shots. Why would you say mistress? You see why people gotta get
would also settle there and spend most of the year there. The mothership, according to Farrakhan, he had a vision where he boarded the mothership in the 1980s, 1986, I believe. And in this particular vision, it also takes place in Mexico. John Muhammad, the brother of Elijah Muhammad, said that the last letter of Farad, which contained English lesson number C1, came from Mexico. It's possible that Farad, as a non-citizen, was deported to Mexico. Of course, he did at some point. He was in Los Angeles. This is very close. His last letter is issued from the southwestern part of the United States. Sorry, the southwestern part of North America, which, depending on what that means, it could be Mexico. It could be the border, basically, from California to Mexico, et cetera, et cetera. So there are some hints pointing to Mexico. Of course, the FBI files, Dr. Morrow discovered this, and this is a very good lead. But the FBI file on W.D. Farad that's been declassified says that Elijah Muhammad would correspond with his quote-unquote professor. We know that Farad was called a professor in his early days in Detroit. And so this professor was apparently in Mexico, and this was in the 1960s. Now, of course, there could be another professor, but these are all just hints, suggestive, that potentially Mexico or even south of the border. Dr. Morrow, you want to talk about our first white-black Muslim?
Yes. I thought I was the first white-black Muslim, but apparently not. Yeah.
See, look, remember when I was saying this part right here? I was like, see, I didn't know if he was playing. Like now, after, watching it again and seeing both of them on Garfield's channel, I'm fairly sure he thinks this is funny. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, let's hear more. This was one of the parts that I never heard this before. I never heard about this part before.
So, yeah, there was a man by the name of Wali Muhammad. He was a friend of Master Farad. He lived in Ferndale, Michigan. So this is a suburb of Detroit, basically. Wow. Very liberal, very progressive to this day, right? They've legalized hallucinogenics there. Okay, so it's a liberal, very liberal city. The early Nation of Islam used to hold weekly picnics at this man's house, Wali Muhammad. They would play baseball. He would teach them about Islam, and they would dance the waltz. Yes, Master Farad taught that the waltz was, right, original music. It was an original dance of the original people. And he used to dance the waltz while balancing a glass of water on his head. So he was a good dancer. He had great balance. And it slipped from John Muhammad, Supreme Minister, brother of Elijah Muhammad, early disciple of Master Farad, that this Wali Muhammad was light-skinned. So when he says it like that, you think he's a light-skinned black man. And then in another lecture, he admitted that he was a white devil. Hello. And John Muhammad's daughter, Medina Muhammad, and also her mom, Bernstein Sharif Muhammad, both mentioned this Wali Muhammad, who was a white man with did he have green eyes or blue eyes, Bilal? I don't remember.
I believe blue eyes.
Yeah. So he was a blue-eyed white. And, the pioneers, they remembered fondly about the time they would spend.
See, this is another one of them parts, right? Where, as a 5%, I don't really understand. You know what I'm saying? I suppose they're making fun of the Nation of Islam for having white members. You know what I'm saying? I mean, see, this same thing, he can't do this to us, right? Because we talk about white 5% all the time. You understand what I'm saying? So, but this right here, Jiggy 1017, you said there was a lawyer in Detroit who found a bunch of letters and documents in 2010, which included letters from Far to Elijah from Mexico. Now, where did he find these letters? How did they, where did they, and who, does anybody know who the lawyer was? Medina Muhammad, Bernstein, and John's daughter did say that Farr lived in Ferndale, Michigan, and they used to gather on Belle Isle to have picnics.
Muhammad's house in Ferndale. So much so that they knew the address. And so I went and I looked up this address to see who lived there. And by all means, it was a white man. He wasn't even an American. He was British. He was a British engineer. So an educated white liberal. Okay. And Bilal Muhammad found out, he popped up on the grid in Cleveland and Cincinnati as a convert to Islam who adopted the name Wali Muhammad. He was hanging around a man named Abu Saleh, and Bilal, he was a black man. Abu Saleh was appointed an Ahmadi imam or sheikh, okay? And so, and they would, Dr. Bashir Shah found this out, and he's done a lot of research in Ahmadi sources. So there's no doubt about that. So this Wali Muhammad guy, his original name was Tom White, right? And we find that address in Ferndale, Michigan, William Thomas White. All right. And so I've got all the information. I got a photograph of this man. I reach out to his family and I said, this might come to you as a shock. But your ancestor, I don't know who I was talking to. I don't remember if your grandfather, great grandfather, or whatever. Did you know your ancestor was a convert to Islam? You know, they didn't object, and that he was associated with Master Farad in the Nation of Islam. And would you mind if I included his photograph and so on? And they said, we really want you to keep this private. We don't want this to come out.
I'm gonna tell you something. That's a little bit, and they did this a couple of times, right? We contacted the family, you know what I'm saying? But don't contact them. Don't contact them because they don't want to be cut. That's some jail shit. That's some straight up jail shit right there. Like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Yo, this was gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? But I looked out for you. You know what I'm saying? But look, don't say nothing. Don't say nothing to the niggas that I just told you. They were scheming on you. Don't say nothing to them. You know what I'm saying? Hey, bro, listen, I caught I heard it the first couple of times. You know what I'm saying? You keep doing it. Like, yeah, we contacted the family, you know what I mean, but they would have remained private, you know what I mean? But they gave us that one-off information though. You know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, yeah, you can't show or prove that, you know what I mean? Because they want to remain in private. They want to remain in private, what the fuck you talking about it for? That was a dead end. They didn't deny it. So, in other words, they didn't tell you yet. In other words, they're like, yo, who the fuck is this? Yo, get off my phone. That's what that sounds like. Yeah, that I want to remain private. Get the fuck off my phone. I don't know what you're talking about. But you dressed it up right there. You dressed it up right there to, yeah, they would have remained private. They didn't deny it, but they would have remained private. Yeah.
And we've heard that a lot of people connected to Farad and the Nation of Islam, they don't want this stuff to come out.
Yeah.
But still, I did my digging and everything. And yeah, this man, so was he an Ahmadi who was drawn into the Nation of Islam? Was he one of Farad's converts who said, wait a second, this is not Orthodox Islam. I'm going to become Ahmadi. This is Orthodox Islam. You see the irony in all of this, right? Okay, but yeah. And the funny thing is, this man who had all kinds of children, he was a little bit older than Master Farad, disappears. There's no record of him after 1934. And according to family lore, he went to Latin America. Wait a second. What kind of a coincidence is this? Master Farad, 1934, disappears. Rumors he's in Mexico. Wali Muhammad, William Thomas White, disappears. 1934, rumors in the family, he went to South America, Latin America. Well, what connection did these two men have? There was a lot of bad blood between, the Supreme Minister John Mohammed, right? What was all of that? What was that all about? We don't know, but it's intriguing. It's fascinating. Unfortunately, in Mexico, they haven't digitized their archives. It's very.
You know what he need to do? Well, I'm just saying what I would like for him to do. Say you don't know from the beginning. Like, see, first you give us this whole thing, and then you say, yeah, well, we don't know. Why don't you start off with, look, we don't really know what happened to this individual, right? But here's some possibilities. Why don't you say that? Instead of giving us this whole detailed story like you know what you're talking about, and then saying, we don't know.
Very difficult to get records of burials and things like that. Find a grave, there's basically nothing there. If you want to do archival research in Mexico, you have to do it in person. So if someone's, working on a doctoral dissertation, go to Cuernavaca. Why did Elijah Muhammad buy an estate there on the Cuernavaca golf course? His grandchildren, his children live there, his grandchildren live there, his great-grandchildren. They're all Mexican citizens. They all identify Mexicans and Latinas and so on. What drew him to Cuernavaca? Was it because his professor, his master, and his teacher had relocated there? That's where Farrakhan said he ascended to the mothership, and the mothership is piloted by Master Farad, right? The 12 imams, and he heard the voice of Elijah Muhammad. So there's all kinds of supernatural things going on. Now you can see why we love this as historians, academics, and researchers. I mean, what can be cooler than this, right? It's got science fiction. You have to be like Sherlock Holmes or like, Inspector Poirot to do this type of work.
Can I just ask a slightly different kind of question about the Nation of Islam today? Brings up to date, 2025. What is it about these days? Was I right that a substantial portion of them embrace Sunni Islam, perhaps a more orthodox understanding?
Yes, after Elijah Muhammad passed away, one of his sons, Warith Din Muhammad, eventually took control of what was the Nation of Islam. He destroyed the archives of the Nation of Islam, and one of the worst crimes against history you could imagine. And then he tried to draw the nation closer to Orthodox Sunni Islam. And there's also financial incentive to that, to obtain funding from Saudi Arabia and other countries and so on. So there's certainly a financial incentive, but ideologically, even
shots fired.
Even during Elijah Muhammad's life, Warith Din Muhammad, he didn't agree with the teaching of his father. Same thing with Akbar, one of his older sons, who actually went to Egypt and studied in Cairo at Al-Azhar. He came back and he became a professor of Islamic studies. I met him and I spoke to him and so on. So yeah, now that was the majority of them followed Warith Din Muhammad. Okay, But then there were people who were disgruntled. They were unhappy. They didn't think we should realign our teachings and we should become like Orthodox Sunni Muslims. And they went to revive the old teachings. And Louis Farrakhan at the head of that movement. And so he revived the Nation of Islam. It went to court, and academics had to go and testify who here, Warith Muhammad or Louis Farrakhan, embodies the teachings of this religion. And academic scholars, famous professors, they testify that it's Farrakhan, right? He's preserving the original teachings of the Nation of Islam. And so he ended up getting Elijah Muhammad's home. He ended up getting Mosque Miriam. And he got all of the, he got all of their budget, all of their money, their investments, all of that stuff. Very profitable for Minister Farrakhan, absolutely. And then, of course, he didn't remain true to the teachings. He introduced Friday prayers. Mr. Farad didn't want to have anything to do with that. He introduced 5 daily prayers, prostrating on the floor. Master Farad didn't want to have anything to do with that. No. Master Farad didn't want Arabs in the temple. He wouldn't allow them in. He says, you keep those people out, okay? No, I'm working on something here for black people. I don't want any of these Arab Muslims in our temple, okay? And so Farrakhan, he reached out to people like Gaddafi in order to get money, right? But he had to sunnitize or sanitize teachings of the Nation of Islam, which is why people like Supreme Minister John Mohammed broke away and says, no, I was a student of Master Farad Muhammad. I met Allah in person, okay? And I am going to stick to his teachings, and I will honor the promise that I have made. And so there are offshoots of the Nation of Islam who follow the raw, unadulterated teachings of Master Farad Muhammad, and you can watch their their sermons and their programs online. Or if you're in Detroit, you can go to their centers where you're going to get the real deal.
The other point I want to mention is that Warith Muhammad, while he had his theology, which was more or less Sunni Islam, of course he had some of his own ideas, own exegeses. He was the ultimate authority in his movement. He did speak about creating an American madhab and all of that. But there's also a political component in all of this, which is that Elijah Muhammad, besides his theology, and Master Farad Muhammad in extension, besides the theology, they also were creating basically a separate nation in the sense that the movement would have its own schools, its own banks, its own newspapers, its own airplanes, its own flag, its own anthem. This was a nation within a nation. And so Warith ad-Din didn't believe in that concept. Warith ad-Din wanted his followers to be Americans. He would bring the American flag into the schools. He would get them out of their FOI uniforms and their MGT uniforms. He was someone that really believed in basically integration and the American project, so to speak. And so there's a political component there. Many of the followers who may have gone, maybe they would have been happy to go along with the theological changes. It is closer to the Quran, after all, and the Quran was the ultimate authority that Farad introduced, Elijah Muhammad introduced. But a lot of them couldn't go along with the politics. And Farrakhan represented more of that activist angle of separatism, reparations. And Farrakhan theologically also innovated in that he inserted himself as a kind of, as the successor to Elijah Muhammad, and as a kind of person wearing the hat of Elijah Muhammad, wearing the hat of Farad Muhammad, and the three are sort of in a type of trinity in a way. So Farrakhan innovated basically his own theology about himself. So the movement today, it has members in the tens of thousands. The main body, of course, follow Louis Farrakhan. But that being said, many Black American Muslims passed the Nation of Islam at some point, or like the Black American Muslims that are alive today, their parents or their grandparents at some point were in the nation. Perhaps they left the nation when Malcolm was killed. Perhaps they left the nation when Elijah died. Perhaps they left with Warith ad-Din, or perhaps they joined some other, joined the diaspora Muslim movements. So I was reading, and the statistic might be old now because of immigration. I was reading maybe 10 years ago that about a 1/3 of American Muslims had passed through the nation point, meaning that their ancestors, their families. This is old news. I'm sure the number is less now because you have more diaspora Muslims in the United States, but nonetheless, the impact is there. They have their own peculiar habits. The bean pie, for example, you go to Abu's Bakery in Brooklyn. It's a Sunni Muslim bakery, but they do sell bean pies, which is a Nation of Islam invention. And, people after Jama'ah Khutbah, after Jama'ah Salah, Friday prayer, they go to Abu's Bakery and they eat the bean pies. So there's almost, it is the American Muslim experience that we're referring to here.
Extraordinary. It's extraordinary. There's no part of this story that is not sensational, bizarre, unexpected, and wow. It's just every part of it. It's just weird. It's just speechless, really. Right up to the pie thing at the end there. I mean, gosh, amazing.
And the bean pie wasn't even created by a black member of the Nation of Islam. It was created by a Mexican member of the Nation of Islam. So basically, again, in How to Eat to Live, sweet potato was considered forbidden. And so they needed a replacement for the sweet potato pie. Now, Master Fard Muhammad would encourage his followers to bring food to their picnic and to bring something that someone else wouldn't bring. And the rule was you had to have other people's food. You couldn't have your own food. So this lady, Maria Almanza, I believe, she brought, navy beans are used in Latin American cuisine. And so she brought this bean pie, and there you go. I mean, it's delicious. I've had it. I might have it after this interview, maybe. We'll see.
As long as your involvement in this group stops there with the bean pie, I think we can. we can be.
Yes, I am definitely more traditionalist.
Getting more and more involved in these. Well, I'm not normally speechless during a podcast, but I don't know what to say. Quite extraordinary. At the beginning, I.
I keep getting kicked out. But yeah, it's like a little 5 minutes there you can see left, but they starting to get into other topics and everything that, is a little bit beyond far, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know if we really want to check that out. But I left that name up there. Gregory Reed from Detroit, Michigan. Can somebody look that name up? Google this guy and see who he is. Like, is he an NOI member? Is he just like, how did he come across these? What's the story behind him coming across these letters? From what I heard, the Mexican sister that created the bean pie was married to a brother. Said here, before Wallace Dean returned in 2008, he split from the American Muslim Mission, which he converted the NOI over to, and founded a new group, and they actually acknowledge Savior's Day now. So, because I did hear that he said that that was a mistake. That eventually he for whatever reason, he was saying that he should have did that, but I didn't get deep into it. Especially, did you see that it was a video? And a dude, I'm not playing. This dude's name is Robert Walker. He's a CEO in he's like the head of CEOs. He's not just a regular, he's like the head, or he was like the head of the whole Department of Corrections in South Carolina. And he brought Warwick Dean down, like he was having a meeting where he was trying to explain to these people how bad the 5%ers are. And so, at this presentation that they was doing, he brings Warwick Dean up to the podium, and Warwick Dean just gives us the business. You know what I'm saying? Allah was renegade, and we not supposed to have the lessons, and the lessons was taken out of circulation, and like et cetera, et cetera. I had to say after that, I didn't pay too much more attention to Warwick Dean after I saw that. There is that one where he's sitting there and he's telling the dude, he's telling it's an interviewer, and he's interviewing Warwick Dean and Farrakhan. They sit right next to each other. And, Warwick Dean, whatever he's saying, I think he's pretty much, he's saying that, Floyd never present himself as alive. You know what I mean? He's saying that, I think he was telling the story about when he asked his mother, and Farrakhan is sitting there giving him a look. You know what I'm saying? But it's one of the things where, with the fact is, there's no way he can say that, like he can't refute what he's saying. He's talking some family business. You know what I'm saying? But all in all, they say Gregory Reed bought a house and found the documents in the attic. He wasn't an NOI member, but he did chop it with the final call Muslims and let them go over it. And so, where's the letters now? See, some of this stuff, about the legend of the crystal skulls? Or, you know about Piltdown Man? Who knows about Piltdown Man? Where's the letters now? Because I'm saying, if you buy a house, right, you find some letters in the attic, right? Okay, did Elijah used to rest there? Like, where's these letters? Where's these letters? You know what I mean? Doing it in the attic right there. And then I'm saying, like, uh, I mean, if I'm not NOI, right? Look, how much you giving me for these? Like, they can't have no uh, uh, sentimental value for me where, like, I'm holding them for something else. Like, you know, I don't. You know, the Shroud of Turin. And I'm not saying that that's what these things is, but I'm just saying that the story so far is similar. Joe Richardson said the Islamic flags of the East had a waning moon or crescent prior and currently, while the NOI flag contained a waxing moon or crescent in its early stages to symbolize a new wisdom or teachings of Islam. I was going to say the whole fraud thing is like National Treasure or the Da Vinci Code. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, the Holy Grail, you know, these kinds of things where it's like, yeah, you know, we found it over here. You know, we found it over here. You know, but see, the Pilsdown man was a hoax. Like, it was a dude who had enough knowledge about the theory of evolution, right? And enough knowledge about how to, you know, do certain things where, you know, he was able to paint the bones and everything in a certain way that made them look a certain age or whatever. And he came out with it. So then I'm pretty sure Piltdown is in England, right? So by him finding this ancient this ancient skeleton or whatever, it put England in the uh, you know, the early part of evolution. You know what I'm saying? As they saying, meaning that, you know, people evolved from the British people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they try to become closer to the original man, I guess you could say. But it was a hoax. So I had questions about why Medina Muhammad and her brothers never broke out John's letters while doing her traveling museum. She focuses more on her mother's history. Well, you said she went against him. But see, that's when you building everything on, you know, us being holy. You know what I mean? Or, you know what I'm saying, whatever group, you know, if you building everything on somebody being holy, then it couldn't be no way for you to come out with everything. And I'm not saying that Elijah is presenting himself like that, right? But, you know, you got people that's, you know, keeping his image in a certain place. You see what I mean? Or just like you said now, Farrakhan, you know, is kind of deifying them. You know, I had a vision and went on the mothership and all of this. So in that instance, right, the person has to be holy. Like, you would have to hide anything that might be considered a blemish because the person is supposed to be holy. I wonder why she focuses on her mother's history when she returned to Sunni under Wallace. Her father never wavered and taught for till he returned. Yeah, but you said that Medina went with Wallace too, right? with Wallace, then she's gonna see John, and then you got to think that too. It's deeper than rap. Like we looking at it from the point of, okay, you got clearly, some more knowledge than the rest of us because of your intimate relationship with the people there, right? But see, now I think about it, yeah, this is a whole family beef though. You know what I'm saying? You don't know what's going on, you know what I mean? But this is what I'm saying. Look, John and Warren Dean might go and speak. So wait a minute. First she went Sunni with Warren Dean, and then she went with Farrakhan. Did she do the same? Because I know Farrakhan, he did that too. Shit, why does RZA say non-cipher? I mean, I've never heard him say that. So, and why anybody, why people say it, I don't know. Did you see Darkmouth? Did you see yesterday's live stream? Oh, what is going? All right, yeah. Listen. All right, now look. This is I mean, look. Now. See that what you put right there, Jigga? I'm not even going to say that, but I'm just saying that what you said right there, right? I would think, right, and this is my own, just making sense of it, right? Is that John would probably be the most against that. Like I could see John just saying, listen, I don't know you no more. Just so nobody you lazy. I'm just saying if that was the case. Right. I don't think John would be flip flopping. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Darkmouth. The reason why I asked that, right, is because and it's not true. This is a general thing. You know what I'm saying? Like you just brought it to the forefront, right? But why do people keep expecting, RZA in this instance, but any other rappers to be right and exact? Like instead of trying to defend all the wrong shit that they doing in Allah's name, why not just say, yeah, the shit they doing is not in Allah's name? And look, it's not. I know you probably don't have an answer for that right now, but I'm saying ask yourself that question. Like, yeah, they may have introduced you, you know, you might have got introduced to the knowledge through their music. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, you know, it feels good, you know what I'm saying, for your culture, you know what I'm saying, your thing to be out there in front of the world, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, one day you gotta explain everything. You know what I'm saying? From the time you say you God, people don't know what that's about. You know what I mean? A couple of years later, now Brand New be in that head, poor like the teachers done hit, Wu-Tang done hit, you know what I mean? Now when you say you God, right, it's no question. Everybody know what that's about. You know, or they think they know what it's about. You know, they've been introduced to it. It's not a fully foreign concept like it was when I first heard it. You know what I'm saying? You know, and so, yeah, all of those things, you know what I'm saying, we appreciate is adult music and all of that, yeah. But look, we could look at the rap game right now. Like if you look at the last things, that's come on the news about hip hop, we see that time and time again, people turn out not to be who they say they is in rap, man. It doesn't mean that everybody in there is phony, but see, sometimes when what you're portraying, you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing I said, like, when you worshiping a person and you portraying, or a person even themselves, you portraying yourself as this super person, then yeah, there ain't gonna be no way for you to actually live out to that, because there ain't no mystery God. And there ain't no mystery magical powers. So see, sometimes we gotta realize that, don't have that blind spot. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, the bright lights and the stardom and whatever give you a blind spot, right? Where, RZA, let's not say RZA, right? But any famous person, right? They can do 1,000 wrong things, right? And people still ask, yo, well, why they doing that? Why they doing that? But see, let somebody who don't have those bright lights and fame around them, right? Let them do two things wrong. God, got exile him. God, get him out of here. Get him out of here. God, what he's doing around us. See, it's easy for you to accept that this person is not really this. You know what I'm saying? When how many things, right? This is a real question, right? How many things do you need to see? For everybody in the room, how many things do you need to see? It's not about no witch hunt, but it's just about, look, knowing who we got, right, as we move on through this wilderness in North America, right, to make a civilized spot for ourselves. See, if you're not going to be out here tilling the land, look, do what you're doing. I ain't whatever you're doing, but I'm just saying, I can't count that in my plans. Like if you're saying you're going to do something in New York and the person's telling you, look, I'm not going to be in New York that weekend. I already got, some other things that I planned. I got my tickets and all that. You know what I'm saying? I got to go do something. Okay, I can't include you in my plans. It's not that your trip is wrong, that is wrong with it. You did your thing. But it's time to realize, man, that look, that era is over. I mean, look, RZA was a scientist. RZA, you know what I'm saying? I know RZA from the street before. You know, I know Prince Rakeem from the street before even Love You Rakeem. But just in general, right? The all of the people, right, that's on here right now, right? That look, that's just a part of the story. You can't change it, right? That okay, you first got exposed to this, you know what I'm saying, or early in your time coming into this, you know what I'm saying, Wu-Tang came out and it kind of became a part of, you know, as you growing in development, right, at the very least, like that was the soundtrack, that was the soundtrack of you elevating the knowledge, right? Bro, they're having 25 and 30-year anniversaries for those albums, that you know the people is talking about, that you know this is the Wu Tang and it's the you know would introduce everybody to this 5% thing and all this excitement with it. Those songs is 25 and 30 years old now. See, that's a whole cycle. And just saying that, look, what came from it came from it. But you know, it's time to accept, right, that it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And that, you know, if if that's a part of your story or whatever, that you the reason that all that happened. You know what I'm saying? You all right, so Mr. Green one said it was brand Nubian. Okay, now look, we see what Lorenzo's doing now. You see what Lorenzo's doing now. You know what I'm saying? But look, all of that, right? All of that was for you. That was for you to be here, and now you gotta really do the thing. It wasn't for them. That's not they not, they played their part. Said I had no idea what Ghost was saying on the hook on 97 mentality till '09. Now, here's the thing. Did you get the knowledge first, or did you figure out what that was first? So folks still want the W to overshadow the universal flag, even as the W is fading in pop culture. I mean, look, it is still, it has slowed down. You know what I mean? But look, those are the two questions that generally like cause me to kind of walk away from a person being like, okay, it plants the seed in my head, right, that you're looking for something else. When a person comes in you know, you got people that come in, right, and the first thing they want is the lessons. And see, like I said, if you read the lessons without this mindset of who you are and what you're supposed to be doing and the power that you have, it's not going to do no good. How many 85s you ran into? How many 85s you ran into that say, yeah, I got the lessons. You know, bro told me the other day that he got the 5% manual. I'm going on 40 years in this. I've never heard of the 5% manual. You see, that's what people think. They think, okay, yeah, you get the lessons, right? And then, you know, yeah, you just gotta, but we don't understand how to talk like them. No, you don't understand, you don't have understanding. You don't understand, period. See, like, look, when we was watching the first half of this, right? And y'all seen the picture of Voodoo Harris. See, Voodoo Harris, who killed his man in the house because he didn't understand what the lessons were saying. You see all this right here. Think about it. If this person, right? Let's not say, you know, the brother ain't here now, right? But look, if the brother had understood, do you realize this whole history might not be the case? That's how much lack of understanding can cause. So see, people that come in and they be, yeah, man, I'm looking for the lessons, man. You got any literature? No, I do. I tell them, look, walk down there, down 127th Street, right? When you get close down to the next avenue, there's gonna be a building that say Temple Number 7. Go in there and get the lessons. See, if you want the lessons, why don't you go to the root, right, of where the lessons came from? If you want this knowledge, that's when you come here. You see, what you need is not this knowledge. You need help. You need directions. And see, the other shit is when somebody comes in, right? Person comes in. Luke Cage was the sign. You know, when somebody comes in, right? And you know, they there for like a minute, you know what I mean, looking around. And they like, yeah, yo, I bet RZA be coming through all the time, right? Yo, what time you think RZA, what time you think Busta Rhymes, think Memphis gonna be here today? Or you think he busy? You know, generally, I find something to do in the yard. I think I hear my mommy calling me. It's true. People say, look, I don't even have, it's nothing for me to even, I can't even. Those are the two people that I send immediately away. Immediately away. You go to the mosque down there. You go to Staten Island. See, when it says they continue daily, right? That means we gotta continue daily. And so, you know, I mean, that's the way it counts for me. That's the way it counts for me. You know, people are not gonna say, yeah, well, you know, you did some righteous shit. You did some righteous shit 30 years ago, so you good. Hey, bro, that's what I'm saying. I don't work at nothing else. They don't work at nothing else. Like, look, Mike Tyson is Mike Tyson. But when he was in the ring the last time, yeah, that none of what you did 30, 40 years ago counted in the ring on that fight. Right, that's what I'm saying. Meanwhile, RZA is doing the Hajj in Saudi Arabia and pilgrimage and all that. That's what I'm saying. Why try to explain, right? Why try to explain why 5% is doing that? See, first of all, it's not our job. RZA got to explain why he did what he did. Not saying I mean, he don't hold nobody. Like I'm saying, if anybody is going to explain it, let it be him. What you got to answer for him for? Like right now, if the police come to you and say, look, we know you didn't commit this crime. See, we got the picture of you right here at work at the time when this crime is happening. But we need you to come in here and give us all the information what happened. Hey, what? Nigga, this not my crime. Just now, get the what? Bro, find the people who did that and ask them about it. See? It's easier for me to just say, I mean, you know, yeah, I know him, you know what I'm saying? He's my brother from back in the days and all that, but, you know, he made whatever decision, you know, when you see him, ask him. Shane finally released the Bobby Digital movie. Look, I'm gonna put that in the same categories. I would put that in the same category, man. You know what I'm saying? That, you know, look, you know, they did all that. You know, don't get me wrong, they love music and all of that for the culture, but they did all that to make money, man. They ain't do that for the purpose of teaching. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, they going to keep doing things out of duty, because that was never, you know what I'm saying, that was never, that wasn't the purpose. You know, these is the, look, you know, we've been around that long. Where, you know, at least in New York, like for instance, do y'all notice that anytime somebody comes on this channel, right, and they over a certain age, right, I always ask them, what happened the first time? What happened the first time you had knowledge? And if they didn't have the knowledge before, right? if they didn't have the knowledge before, they was around the gods. You ever notice that's always? And that's just the reality. You got, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, look, the 5% is a springboard. Like that's always been the case, where when you go into all the other nations, right, and you look at their leadership, it'd be 5%. You know what I'm saying? At one time or another, they was 5%. You know what I'm saying? You could look at, street crews that was out there getting money, rap crews, you know what I'm saying, other, nations, you know what I'm saying? It always, the 5%, that's what we deal with the babies. So see, we be snatching people, you know what I'm saying? Or, I got snatched from the jaws of ignorance. You know. All right, there we go. I can't call it. I don't know what just happened. Oh, snap. What's up? That's not. That's not. What's going on, man? Where's my guitar at, man? Where's my bass? What the hell's going on? That's what I'm talking about. He got. He did away with all my stuff back here, man. My whole scenery. What's wrong with you people? Can y'all hear me though? You back? You good? Yeah, I can't even. Hey, listen. I had to go to the mothership real quick. They didn't have no bean pie, so I'm back. You know what I mean? Sometimes y'all gonna have to. That's gonna be a new thing. Sometimes I gotta beam up. Sometimes I gotta hit them on the jack. Breaker 19. Put the tractor beam. Put the tractor beam right over here so I can make it. It is so yeah, that's you know the teachings of Clarence 13X 5% Nation by Solomon S. Sheikh. I think I seen this title and didn't look at it because you know I think I may have seen this title and then look at it because when just because see I can tell the ridiculousness that it's going to be. First of all, right? Nah, I ain't have time to make it out to the center. You know what I mean? I just mean they were just right there. They came right here over the building. You know what I'm saying? Just and then they flow. They got things to do. You know what I mean? They out for the night. It's okay, but this is what I'm saying, right? When he says similarity to Freemasonry, right? What kind of thing is he talking about right there? What is that? What's that about? You said they were so petty talking about that bakery. Their food is amazing. Oh, I think you was talking about because you heard about that? There's some other like they were saying, you got several nations of Islam or several brothers that they kind of got their own flock. They all start from Elijah's. The one brother, he had some kind of bakery. I think he was out in California though. But he ended up like it was like he was breaking child labor laws and stuff like that. At least that was uh, the charges that they was talking about. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's why I'm kind of asking. Does anybody know if anything ever came of that? But yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Because I can't. What do we have to do? I mean, I have a pretty good. I think I know where they going with this. Whatever happened in Prince Cuba and Akil, that's how most came in contact with the knowledge outside of Mecca before Wu. The last I heard, man, Prince Cuba was in Newark. You know what I'm saying? Like he, see, first of all, at that time, yeah, Medina, I know what you're talking about, but I still got that question. But see, at that time, nobody knew who he was. Like when he first was writing the books, right? When he first was writing the books, we just see in the books, and he got some things in there that young people want to hear, right? That these old brothers is the problem, and they not living this out, et cetera, et cetera. You know what I'm saying? And then so eventually people find out that he's been in prison the whole time he was writing the books. You know what I'm saying? And so he that kind of well, as I move on, then it clarify, right? I can't recall if I had went to the store. I think I just went to the store. You know what I'm saying? Like I went out, I'm just doing something in the neighborhood, right? When I get back to the school, right, the law school in Mecca, Colleen is like, yo, I just seen something. So what you talking about? Like Prince Cuban, man, I just seen him, man. I know him. Colleen was like, I know him from back in the day. He's not like that. He wasn't like that then, he's not like that now. Right? So Colleen was like, yeah, I ran him up out of it. You know what I'm saying? And that was kind of the last I heard about him, you know what I'm saying, till, I heard about him in Newark, you know what I'm saying? Just my assessment, you know what I mean? I don't know personally and all that. With everything, you know what I'm saying? Once you say you something, right? Or once you make up your mind even that you something, right? It's going to be tested. You know what I'm saying? If you say you a hard rock and you go around acting like a hard rock, that's going to be tested. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, it was one of the things where, you know, when you get out here, right, you know, maintaining that righteousness, maintaining, you know, all that energy that you put out there, you know what I'm saying, is difficult. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like I said, he wasn't able to, you know, materialize a lot of things that he was talking about himself. You know what I'm saying? And it's just always, you know, when you doing certain things, it's impossible to take the devil off the plane because of the things you do. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's the last I heard. You know what I'm saying? He was in Newark. That was some time ago. Yusef Bey, who was around with Elijah, Jeremiah and the council, Silas, Solomon Royal, John Muhammad, Nasir Hakim. I don't even know who that is. Levi Kareem, Eric Muhammad, Khalil Shabazz. Now, who's my man? You ain't put my man in there. You ain't put my man in there. The God damn it, my man with the great afro. God damn it. What is my man's name? I'll be watching this. I'll be watching his videos too, man. I'll be watching his videos. Hey, listen. Hey, he be teaching it. He be teaching it pure. What was my man's name? I think of it, man. So, you know, at the end of the day, you know, it was one of the things where, you know, look, you know, he was making his name a lot off of talking bad about the older guys. You know what I'm saying? And you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, you know, what are they doing now? And all of this. Marvin Muhammad, that's what I'm talking about. But he got a name though. Marvin Muhammad got a name. It's something that's his name, but that's not what I call it. Said Yusef Bey had the bakery in Oakland, got brought up on tax evasion, child labor, child trafficking, homicide, but passed before his trial. Wow. But yeah, I saw something where they had some people, you know what I'm saying, they was talking about how, you know, kids from even around the country would be assigned to go work in the bakery. You know what I'm saying? So that's where some of the trafficking comes from. But yeah, like I said, he was making, yeah, the center man. That's what I'm talking about. The center man. But that's how he made his name. That's how he came popular, right? Is that, yeah, you know, we hearing, you know, it's these books and everything, and the way he's talking, it's like, you know, you're gonna need to show and prove some of that. And that's what it was. It was like, yeah, you did all this talking about the older brothers and, you know, what they did and what they didn't do, you know what I'm saying? But then when you came out, it wasn't like you know what I'm saying, you elevated and you did more. You understand what I'm saying? So it was like, yeah, he just kind of went by the wayside in terms of people paying attention to him. You know what I mean? Because that was the talking that he was doing. You know, the I Kill, I don't even know who that is. The other, you said, what did you say? You said, Prince Cuban and I Kill. I don't even, who's I Kill? Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. Like, give me an example of a similarity between this and Masonry. Okay, I remember this book right here, but I don't recall. I don't think I had no experience with this person. See, because here's what I boil a lot of that down to, right? People saying that uh, things include Masonry is that when it comes to all of these uh, these books, you know what I'm saying, is they're written in codes. You know what I'm saying? My ex-wife was the Detroit MGT captain under Royals. I saw the children born in Kansas, but we didn't know all that was going on. Wow. Yeah, but look, that's what they were saying. That's what because they even that's what I saw it on. They had some people that had grown up in that system that had got sent there, and those who I guess was going to be the victims in the case if he hadn't passed away. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was pretty much saying that same thing. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of times, what I've seen, people saying that, something includes masonry, what it is that a lot of these books and everything is coded. You know what I'm saying? With the way knowledge, the ways and the reasons that knowledge was being concealed, right? Everything is written in codes, right? And the Masons have been breaking down these codes for a couple hundred years. You know what I'm saying? So, if you read something and it's really coded language, right? Like if you read the Bill of Destroy Decree, right, in the 140, right, a lot of the codes that's in there, right, the Masons have already, they've been aware that that's what this code means. You know what I mean? So if we say something about the sun, right, yeah, that's all of the the levels of understanding, right, of how you can draw that up, in the context of these stories, right? Like I said, of righteous people and unrighteous people on the planet Earth and the ciphers they go through and how they come out, right? Those different codes, like even just now that I said that, right? The ciphers that they go through, the righteous and the unrighteous people and all of that. You understand what I mean? So just say I only said righteous and unrighteous. All of that even is a part of the code, right? That you could break down and see when you go into Masonry, they're already aware of these codes that's in the Bible, that's in the Quran, that's in, any book that's been written, in this, in this age right here. You know what I'm saying? But, I've never seen anything from Masons that, really seems comparable to um, to our knowledge. You know what I'm saying? But what I've just seen is that, when you know those codes, right, then you're able to derive the inner knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You're able to you know, read between the lines. You know what I'm saying? The things that the naked eye could hardly detect, the Masons already have a list of it. You know what I'm saying? That, the lessons that they take you through is, okay, this is this code right here. When you're seeing certain things, this is what it really means. You know what I'm saying? But, I don't think that I could go into a Masonic hall, right? Uh, I mean, I've never tried it, but I'm just saying, like, I don't know if I could speak with a Mason, right? And let's say, uh, have this same kind of automatic rapport that I have with somebody from the NOI. You know what I'm saying? Where, there's some basic things, you know what I'm saying? Like say we was having a discussion, right? And then see we have the lessons as common ground. You see what I'm saying? Where we would have an automatic rapport as opposed to somebody that you're trying to use the Bible, right, as an authority book to get me to see what you're saying, and then the rapport has got to be built up a little bit. You see what I'm saying? So this is basically what he is saying. He's spending more time on it, showing improvement, support of how the 5% principles are working, and showing how they're useful, even with him being a Muslim. Yeah, well, that's. Yeah, let me tell you something, man. I've never, it's becoming more and more evident to me, right? How young I was when I got to knowledge. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I didn't know, or at some point I forgot how old I was when I had the knowledge, right? So he's actually advocating for Allah's teachings more than many comparison. But it's just so many kind of ideas, right? That is like foreign to me. Like I don't even. This is. Let me see. Let's see. This here. See, I like this screen much better. This camera is crisper. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah, it's not all distorted and everything. I like this camera. It's better than the other camera. Whoa. Right. More science, you know, that's another group where, yeah, I gotta let you know a kind of automatic rapport. You know, we speaking on the, you know, we speaking in the same language. You know what I'm saying? Then again, how would you know if you have a rapport with the Masons? Because they can't mention certain things. Wise Asiatic Allah? Who's wise Asiatic Allah? I mean, let's see. What's the name of it you said again? Let's see if we can see a quick. We might check out a quick first excerpt of it. What you said is the name of it? He said Salmon. Is that him, Salman Khan? You talking about this Arab guy? Salmon Sheikh, right? Jewish. Okay, that's Sheikh. Okay, I see him here. So, let me see. Let's look. Let's put 5% here. So that's what I need. That's why I need staff like Joe Biden. I need to stop like Joe Budden down, man, where I could just tell him, they call that up for me. Oh, yo, did y'all see this right here? Remember this guy? Ty Lopez? I mean, I hate to change the subject here. But yo, this dude went to jail, man. Or we said he got sued by the SEC for $112 million. This dude, he's a dude that he's always be trying to sell books and all type of. He's so what is this? But yeah, that's crazy because I'm saying like dude was all over the internet. You know what I'm saying? He was like, you know, he was like in the top 5 biggest people on YouTube when I first got him. Okay, so we got. Is this the dude? But
language and alphabet and how technology is so pivotal right now in today's society. So I've been wanting to get on my brother Wise Asiatic Law. I'm here for a very long time, and I'm so blessed and humbled with the will of Allah and the blessings of the
oh,
Creator.
wait,
My brother
let me
here
try to
today.
get my headphones this time because I can't hear this. Let me, I just, there we go.
Without further ado, greetings and assalamu alaikum.
Peace, peace.
So thank you for joining us, my brother. I wanted to ask you right now, in these pivotal times that we're living in, what can we learn from the 5% nation in terms of the knowledge of keeping oneself centered?
Well, a thing that we teach is to stand on your square. And standing on your square, standing on principle and moral. And we're living in some very critical times right now. So you have to stand on your square. And in our supreme mathematics, the number one is knowledge. And before you do anything, you should always do the knowledge first, because you cannot be a wise man if you do not know. So you should do the knowledge to everything that you come in contact, because you want to know what you're dealing with,
Mm-hmm.
instead of just jumping into something head first without any knowledge of it.
I agree. And that brings me to my next question: is how did your life lead you to the 5%, and how has it benefited you in your overall spiritual growth?
5% led me back to Islam. And I say that because when I went to stay with my father as a child, my father had converted to traditional Islam.
Right.
And that was my first exposure to Islam. This is my first time having a pork-free diet. I lived with my father for 2 years as a child, so this is my first time having a pork-free diet. Living outside of the norm.
Right.
That was my first time, and it was also my first time, having discipline. Of waking up early in the morning for morning prayer.
Let's try to
Father,
skip
the
forward.
civilization, God of the universe. And then the next lesson is who is the colored man? The colored man is the Caucasian white man, or Yahuwah's grabbed the devil of the planet Earth. Now, when we look at that, like, oh, that's hate. No, let's look at it. Now, not all European history on Earth is bad, but the majority of it is. And that's just the reality.
Mm-hmm.
But there are people like Neville Goddard, righteous man.
Yeah.
Alan Watts,
Mm-hmm.
who has a very profound book on Buddhism
Mm-hmm.
called Buddhism, the Religion of No Religion. And that is a profound book. And Alan Watts was awakened, and he was righteous, and he saw God as man. So not all Europeans are bad. Rumi, the Sufi poet from Persia. A lot of people think that Rumi was a Persian, and his name, Al-Rumi, means the Roman.
Mm-hmm.
But Rumi was a peaceful man who saw God as man, God within, and that's what he taught. So there are some Europeans who did righteous things on earth and who are spiritually awakened. It's just the majority of the European history on earth was bad, and we have to tell the truth about that. But there are 5%ers in the 5% nation who are white, and they live a right life.
That's interesting you bring that up, because when I looked into the teachings of Father Allah and the type of life that he led and what he passed on to the 5% in terms of the teachings, not just for 5%, but for all humanity who can benefit from that teachings and knowledge. And you are absolutely right, because even myself in my travels, coming from a Pakistani Muslim background, dealing with those people all over the world, good and bad exist in all races, religions, and groups of the world. And that's exactly the truth that the 5%ers are teaching, which I believe that is the ultimate truth about you're either on one side or you're on the other. You can't let anything else bring any kind of boundary or separation between the two. And I really like that, my brother.
Indeed. A lot of people in this life try to serve two masters, and they drive themselves insane, and they end up living a life of sorrow and full of regret trying to serve two masters.
Anyone in the 5%, let's say, that has a misconception towards
he's kind of rambling
traditional
out.
Islam or Masonry, what would you say to those brothers in terms of finding that oneness in all of the teachings?
Well, there are a lot of my brothers who been around certain people who are practicing masonry,
Mm-hmm.
and they'll see them not taking it serious. Like it'll say things like, "Oh yeah, I see Masons who eat pork. I see Masons who believe in a mystery God and things like that." It's like this: a student in the school is still a student, whether he's failing or passing. You are still a student in that school.
That's right.
So you have to connect with the like minds in Masonry and traditional Islam. You have to connect with the like minds to get things done. Just sit in the back disagreeing on what
Yeah,
you stand on and what they.
we had enough of this. I just wanted. I thought, maybe he, might be dropping something. But like I said, being that I never saw him before. Are you sure? Salmon didn't take this down. This right here. All right, let's see.
Greetings and
Let's
peace.
see.
I hope you and yours are doing well today, wherever you might be watching this from. Now, the title of today's presentation will be The Teachings of Clarence 13X, the 5% Nation, and its similarity to Freemasonry. Now, I haven't seen the 5%ers covered in any Masonic education program, so I wanted to take the honor to do this. And I would encourage everyone to please watch this with an open mind, as myself as a Sufi Muslim will also try to bridge the gaps between the 5%ers and the traditional Muslims who see them as forbidden. So I believe that we all owe this love and light to each other, and we're all walking each other home. And I thank everyone.
I'm telling you right now, they're going. He's already started off. He's already started off. Hey, bro, we asked you to extend. The other Muslims don't like us. We not Muslim. Do we have? But let's this is my first thing right there. Like already.
Who sticks by me and supports me. And I hope you enjoy the history of Clarence 13X and the 5% Nation as I cover this topic. So thank you, and I hope you enjoy what I have to offer. Now, before I talk about Clarence 13X, I first want to clear up the fact that Clarence 13X, he loved and respected everyone. It doesn't matter what your race or religion was. Just like how,
I ain't on French, and this shit grates on my nerves. Like just now, it pained me to type Clarence in the search box right there. It's just, it's like, yo, you like a chalkboard, on somebody's nerves. Now somebody like scrape the chalkboard and shit. Can y'all hear me? But just hearing that over and over and over and over again, yes. I don't know. Maybe that's my religious streak right there.
a Mason loves and respects everyone in their quest to uplift humanity, become the perfect man, and chip away at his rough ashlar to make it a smooth ashlar. Clarence 13X vision was the same for his followers, and he did not like the traditional religious approach to things with, he believed that was controlling people and not exhibiting their full potential. Hence why he formed his own independent group. Now, he's known as Allah the Father, and he states that he's neither pro-black nor...
No, the man's name is Allah. Why? Listen, I just the man said his name is Wise Asiatic Allah. Allah the Father. Who is that? Allah the Father. See, that's what I'm telling you. That's the first sign right there when you can't just acknowledge the man for his name when he told you it is.
Nor anti-white, because in the national statement given at the Brookdale College in Monmouth County, 1998, by one of his representatives of the nations of the gods of the earth at the time, Dumar Wade Allah, they say that we are not anti-white nor pro-black. They also have white 5%ers, and they're a collective conscious community that is not taking any sides. They believe that they're pro-righteousness and anti-devilishment, and that can mean that you have good people that come from all...
See, it's the terminology, man. We believe that we not pro, but how do you believe that you're not pro-black or anti-white? How do you believe that? Like, what is the barrier, right, between you knowing, right, that you not pro-black or anti-white? Why you gotta believe it? But understand, see, this is what happens, right? When you gotta already have the concepts in your head. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, like, let's say we see a being, right? Let's say a being came from outer space, and they had some long appendages sticking off of them, right? Now those could be eyes. They from a whole different place, a whole different, you understand what I mean? Those could be eyes, but because in our experience, appendages that stick off the body is arms and legs, right? We might say, yo, yeah, it had eight arms. It had 8 arms and legs, 8 legs, whatever. But really, those was eyes. But you didn't have the concepts in your head. You didn't have the concept that those could be eyes even in your head to describe them like that. You know how, like, you ask a little kid, like a small, like 3 or 4 year old, what happened? And it's like they telling you what happened, but what they telling you some stuff is only based upon the concepts that's in their head that they have words to express. So, you know, this is what happened right there. But yes, you know, these terminologies is already
all races, religions, and walks of life. And you have bad people that are also in all races, religions, and walks of life. So in their quest, it's a fight between light and dark, and they're on the side of pro-righteousness. So Clarence 13X vision is to bring humanity together, no matter what your race, religion, socioeconomic status, and to also bring everyone together and not be a victim of the agents of chaos that exist in all of the races, groups, and religions that are out there, and they hide behind those identities. So the 5% nation is sometimes referred to as the nation of the gods in the earth, NGE or NOGE, or they're known as the 5%ers, the 5% movement. So they have like different acronyms to them. Their holy city, which they call Mecca, or their Mecca Medina area, is in Harlem section of New York. Founded in 1964, founded by Allah the Father, Clarence 13X. So he was born on February 22nd, 1928, in Virginia. He was in the United States Army as well, where he had served in the Korean War. I mean, he was a decorated a soldier in the United States Army, and he also had an honorable discharge. So once life was transitioning for him after the army, he began visiting the Nation of Islam's Temple Number 7, where he met Malcolm X, who was known as El Hajj Malik El Shabazz, and he was captivated and entranced by him. And after that, he changed his name from Clarence Edward Smith to Clarence 13X, in accordance with the custom of the Nation of Islam to not take a European last name. And once he was a member of the Nation of Islam, he became an avid student of Malcolm X and the literature and lessons of the Nation of Islam. He was also very active in their fraternal group, which is a fraternal military-style group of the Fruit of Islam.
Yeah, brother, listen. I've never heard. This is like the second time in 3 days, I think, that somebody put something in a way. He's like, he was also a part of their fraternal group. Hey, listen, man. What do you think will happen if you go up to the NOI and call them frat boys? Hey, listen, I'm not going to try it. I'm just saying what you think happened. Yeah, this language is crazy, man.
It's similar to like a Masonic fraternal group, where they inhibit qualities of discipline, religion, and to be upright men of society. So as time went on, in 1963, Clarence 13X began teaching his disciples that the melanated man collectively was the original.
Woo! Woo! So I guess, listen, we all learned something here today. That we are disciples. Listen. We learned today that we are disciples.
Man and God. And he had rejected the Nation of Islam's doctrine because he believed that not just Nation of Islam, but all other religions that tell you to look outside of yourself to find God is not the right way, because in the eyes of Clarence 13X and the high science that he was professing, all of the collective mind is within you. And it's said that in the surah, in the book of Luke, that the kingdom of heaven is within the Holy Bible, and also Surah 50 in the Holy Quran, that we are closer to man than his jugular vein. So that's what Clarence 13X was trying to teach his followers, that you don't need to look outside or look to the sky and pray to a mystery God. That divinity is within all of you. And that's why in a lot of these holy scriptures, God always refers to itself as we, that we created mankind in our image, and it's always we, our, in third person.
Now, what he's doing here, right? If you're catching it, is that, look, this is what I was just talking about. See, and look, we would have to talk to him to ask him. But see, a lot of this stuff where he's saying the divinity and man and all this jugular vein stuff, right? You know, is he clear, right, that we don't believe in magical powers? When you're talking about all this, because you know, this, I'm just saying that. See, I'm 5%, so I know what it is. But see, the way you putting it, I can see how somebody who's not a 5%, right, would think that we the magical person that you're talking about from the Quran, or that we have the magical powers that this entity in the Quran has. You see what I'm saying? And now you're not understanding our teachings. See, a lot of things, see, he didn't mention about, you know, how this has to be, you know, manifested, has to begin manifesting in the mind. You know, so that's one. You know, we're gonna just keep an eye. We're gonna keep an eye on it. Just keep an eye on that. See how far he go off into that. See, and that's one of the things about Freemasonry, right? Where it's like, yeah, there's some deceit. They believe in a mystery God. You know, they still, you know, they teach what they teach, and we teach what we teach.
Because Clarence 13X was teaching that Allah, the creator, was experiencing this reality through all of us. And that's why a lot of the Sufi saints too also say that only Allah can worship Allah. And that's why when the 5%ers see each other, they always say peace God, or peace to each other, peace Allah, because they believe that the divine is having that experience through all of them here, through their, you know, the supreme mathematics and alphabets. So
nah, man, we talking about
1963.
Hold on. Wait, these niggas ain't righteous? Hold on. Wait a minute. Do he think that we think all these motherfuckers is righteous? Hold up. See now we've come to our first scene where you clearly just don't know what the fuck you talking about. Just tell you from the inside out. Right? You out there, right? Apparently, I don't know what you've been studying, but you got some, you know, your presentation, right, has a lot of truth in it. You know, these are facts. You know, most of what you said, those are facts. But don't you think for 1 minute that we think all these motherfuckers is righteous?
For Clarence 13X, he eventually left the Nation of Islam. He renamed himself Allah and founded what is known as the 5% Nation of the Gods in the Earth. They ended up calling him the Father because many of the youth that he captivated were products of broken homes, and this was a father figure to them. And that's why as time went on, he became known as Allah the Father. So, the members of this group call themselves the 5%ers of Allah, and it reflects, the perception that the 10% of the world's population know the truth of existence, and the other people, the 85% that you have in positions of power or clergymen, imams, churches and mosques and synagogues, they keep their followers in a thumb of ignorance on purpose because they don't want them to find out the truth, and they don't want them to collectively come together. And they're teaching that, okay, everyone's trying to invent converts out here. They're saying we're right, they're wrong. The other person is saying we're right, they're wrong. But nobody's teaching love and human unity. Even in today's society, everyone's trying to convince somebody to their cause, but they're not teaching them that, hey, we're all in this together, and we're all one human family. And that's what, the nation of the gods and the earth was about. So they were trying to uplift, the status of their people and become perfect and help their communities and chip away at their imperfections, just like how a mason would. And, through their set of principles known as the supreme mathematics and supreme alphabets, is their key to understanding what mankind's relationship is to their self, to the universe, to their family, to their brotherhood, etc. They do not believe in a God, but a form of basically that it's within you. Everything is within you. That's the main purpose of their teaching. Clarence 13X also teaches us is that the ritual worship.
Yeah, just for the record, if you ever, like, I don't know, you might be creative or something. You make hats, t-shirts, whatever. Don't never give me nothing. Don't never give me nothing, right, with a flag on it, with a 7 is touching the goddamn circle. I have no idea what I can, listen, all the other parts, like all the other disputes that people have, right, I mostly ignore them. But this thing here with the 7 touching the circle, where did this come from? Who started doing that? Like, was this some production thing where, the machine that you had didn't have the technology to do it, so you did it? That's not even in the center. I cannot stand that flag.
Is to bring peace to your heart and serve others. And one who becomes worshipful, just like in, Masonic world, is one who is close to God. And that's why they see each other as extensions of God. And that's why each 5% will have Allah in his name. So he will choose a name of his own free will and then add Allah to it. Now, the material ritual worship of the material being and inner worship of the heart must basically unite as one in order to be perfect with God. If your heart is lacking, then this ritual will only give you rank but not divinity. Same like in the Masonic world where you can have all the titles and acronyms and honors, but if you don't have that honor and love within your heart, then you don't achieve that divinity, because that ritual is supposed to make you into a work.
See now look, what he's saying right here, we don't do that. Because you know what he's describing? He's describing searching for that mystery God for trillions of years. We were looking for what divinity? What is he talking about? Like that's the Masonic science, and you got all your squares and compasses and all your rulers and all that, so you can measure your actions and circumscribe your actions within, what I'm saying, whatever is the circumference that's made by the what's the name and all that. That's what they dealing with. That's not what we dealing with. That's not what I'm doing. I don't know if that's what y'all, see me, you either this or you not. It ain't like you're gonna get out a hammer and chisel, right, and make God out of asphalt. Like, no, you're gonna need somebody, right, who originated from a black germ or a brown germ and has the power, man, to manifest their thoughts through arm, leg, arm, head. You know, at the highest level. You know, with all of this stuff right here, where, you know, you searching for the divinity. See, that's all some, like, you saving your soul and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, the salvation that he talking about is still some spiritual shit. You see what I mean? Even though he's saying it within, he's talking about some spiritual. Well, that's what it sounds like to me. That he's saying. You know what I'm saying? He's not talking about internal growth and development, right, of your mind to the power where the things that you manifest, right, change from negative to positive. But see, it ain't about you having the spirit of positivity. It's about you manifesting positive when you moving through the world, when you walk in, when you walk out the house, when you encounter people. That's how you be righteous.
Worshipful into a worshipful status by becoming closer to God and, you know, becoming that perfect temple and the perfect ashlar. And that's what Clarence 13X was teaching us. And also, a lot of people,
Whoa,
you know, say,
whoa, whoa. Did he say us? Did he say? Wait, hold. See, I got it. Y'all gonna make me waste a whole bar of soap having to wash my mouth out. You know. But listen, did he say Clarence 13X was teaching us? Because look, look, that don't go together. See, Allah was teaching us. See, Clarence 13X and teaching us don't go together. They don't even go together. I think he was striving to speak about living up to your name too. He again used religion, the religious concept to explain it. You're right about what you pointed out. You know, I'm saying that, you know, yeah, he's you know, see, apparently, see, I think he has that, you know, concept, right? That uh, you know, somehow, you know, some way, right, we're all dealing with the same thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, a brother came to school one day, named Positive. You know what I mean? Just because that's what we were just talking about. That's what made it, you know, a little bit interesting to me. But he came to the school. You know the show Ancient Aliens? They come on History Channel. That's based on this book that's called The Chariot of the Gods. It's written by this dude named Von Daniken or something. And that show Ancient Aliens is based on his book and all that. And this brother said that he came to the school. However he heard about Allah, he came over there, saying, yo, how did you get this ancient knowledge and all of this shit? But he's like trying to tie it in, like, do y'all know about the Anunnaki and all of this type of stuff? See, it's one of the things where I tell you, like, look, don't want somebody to have the knowledge more than they want to have it. You see what I mean? Because see, now you start to see things in them that you want to see, but that's not really there. You know what I mean? So this dude, he comes and now he got this vision. See, he wants to see us as, people that know something about this alien stuff. So these are the questions he asks us, you know what I mean? Or just like, look, when Columbus came to America, he wanted to see Indians. You know what I mean? And so to that degree, these people became Indians.
Say that this is haram, but we also have to realize that even in the Holy Quran, in the Surah Kaf, verse 17, it says that spiritual teachers that would come after the time of the Prophet Muhammad to guide their people. Now, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, is the final prophet according to traditional Islamic teaching, but this verse in the Quran does say that there will be saints and leaders and teachers that will come after the time of the prophet to continue to pass the knowledge and to continue to uplift their peoples. So, those in the Islamic community who might have any ignorance towards, Elijah Muhammad or Clarence 13X or any spiritual leader that came after, the time of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, know that this is supported by the divine, and you must follow these teachings, as even the Sufi saints say that only Allah can worship Allah. So we have to understand what kind of mind that Clarence 13X is trying to teach us and trying to help us approach in a society that's more divided than ever. And we can learn from his examples that it's not about being pro-white or pro-black. It's about being pro-righteousness and anti-devilishment. And the devil that he was, fighting against was that the one that exists in every man, and he was trying to help his people achieve that. And that's what I have to commend him for. One of the main concepts of the nations of the gods in the earth is that you need both masculine and feminine energies to make a man whole and a woman whole, a child whole, and to make the whole family whole.
You know what? Before we come back to that. So we got 12 minutes in. You know what I'm saying? We'll finish checking this out. We'll see when we got time. But I want to get to, we're gonna check this real quick, but don't forget we got the Medina Sharif. You want to get the Medina Sharif, whatever history she's manifesting about for it. That's going to be interesting. Her mother being his personal secretary. I would think that maybe even, she has, some other, I guess, notation or whatever that, instructions that Far might have gave her that she wrote down, you know what I'm saying? She may have a whole lot of insight. See what happens. But at any rate, this has been actually quite a long one. We went a little bit over. But everybody that made it this far, do Yeah, you didn't know that? Don Bishop? Those was the days. But you know, yeah, hit the like button if you made it this far. You know, if you got any new people, hit the subscribe button and the notifications so you can know when we're going live. You know, over here, that's mainly what we do. In the meantime, in between time, I'm signing off and say peace.